Nosotros lo que pasa es que tú has tocado alguna opción, o sea, si tú le das doble sale la opción de llenado de cámara y acá hay un banco de memoria. Ya, listo. No, ya no te preocupes. ¿Quién está a cargo de eso? Alguien empezó.
Where the development variable is the learning indicated so far, we use as regressors.
Ya, por eso, cuando ocurra eso, llámenos, no toquen la cámara, porque esta cámara es bien común. Voy a observar qué es lo que ha pasado con él. No toquen la cámara.
Like home bias in the referee and the whistle swallowing hypothesis. Here we have the empirical model where decisive is a dummy capturing the live result because it's equal to 1 if there is a draw or a 1-goal win at the moment of the decision of the referee.
Sí, ya saben.
And the decision would benefit the team that is losing. So it would be a decision
no toques la cámara cuando quieras algo
change
sube y ya,
the sign of the match.
no pares, no toques la cámara, nos avisas.
For the dummy equal to 1 if the decision benefits the away team, and we have more dummies capturing the level of the restrictions under the match is played, the time period of the match, as well as whether the cause of the infraction was a handball. We have also the interactions and a set of different fixed effects of league, season, team, and referee. For penalties, we divide the match into 8 periods corresponding to 6 quarters and the 2 extra times. But for straight red cards, due to a fewer number of observations and more reduced variability, in addition to straight red cards have not as an immediate effect as the penalties, we divide for straight red cards the match in 4 periods, each lasting 23 minutes approximately. Both actions, penalties and straight cards, have different implications because, for example, a straight red card in the last minutes of the game may not have effect on the result, but a penalty can change totally the winner of the match. So we do the analysis separately depending on which action. So we start with penalties. We run 4 different specifications of the previous heuristic regression model, and we include different set of fixed effects, obtaining these results where we can see that the probability of bad use is much higher when the penalty is caused because of handball, and also under some specifications we have that the line result and the attendance restrictions are also significant. But is more used when the penalty can change the winner of the match, while it reduces its interventions when there's no crowd. But we don't find any evidence that whether the decision benefits the local or the away team, or even directly the period of the match, are significant. However, as we can see in the graphic, VAR interventions notably increased for decisive penalties in the last half hour of the match, and especially in the extra time of the second part, being this effect statistically significant. The probability of VAR use increases by around 0.1 in the last half part, in the last 30 minutes, and by 0.2 in the extra time of the second half. And this is the only interaction statistically significant that we find in our analysis. Then, contrary to what we can think and what many papers argue for explaining the home advantage, we don't find statistically significant differences in the use of VAR between local and away teams, so we cannot say that referees make more mistakes in favor of the home team. But we find a strong effect in the interaction between whether action happens in the last minutes and whether it can change the winner of the match. We repeat the analysis with the straight red cards, but we remove cards due to protest or disrespect toward the referees, because in these cases the decision depends exclusively on the referee interpretation. And we can see that, as before, we don't find evidence that referee favors the local team, but we have some evidence that the match context influence the VAR interventions. In the case of penalties, VAR is more likely to be used with close scores at the last part of the match, but in contrast, for straight red cards, VAR is more used at the beginning of the match when they have a stronger effect. As we can see in the figure, the probability of VAR use increases by around 0.15 when the action happens in the first half compared to the end of the game. Then the implications of a penalty and straight red cards are different, so we have to take into account this in the analysis or in the interpretation of the results. So we could say that referees avoid making decisions that would punish a team at moments when the decisions have the greatest impact on the result of the match. So we can consider this result as an evidence supporting the idea of whistle swallowing in the referees. So to conclude, we can say that in this paper we provide evidence of the existence of whistle swallowing bias in the referees. That is our most significant finding, because we show how referees avoid intervening at the decisive moment of the game when they can change the result, but we don't find any tendency of referees favoring the home team. So in terms of penalties and straight red cards, our results suggest that the whistle swallowing phenomenon could be more important than a potential home bias argued in the literature. Another explanation for these results is that this home bias maybe persists through other referee decisions where VAR cannot be used, like fouls outside the penalty area or second yellow cards, or maybe even the use of the mechanism of VAR is also biased. So further research is needed to test this hypothesis. And this is all. So thank you for your attention and time, and any comment and questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So from a theoretical point of view, the referee is the monitor appointed by the Football League, and a referee clearly has career concerns. So my first expectation is every referee tries to avoid making mistakes, because the time that he has to wait until the next appointment depends on the performance of the last match. And these career concerns are likely to vary across the leagues, because the base pay as well as the match fee differs across the 5 countries. So I would suggest you estimate your model separately for the 5 leagues to see whether the effects that you find are constant. And the second point is, well, the VAR is nothing but the second monitoring instance. And that instance also has clear concerns because the VAR is mostly an active referee, selected from the same pool of referees. So I would expect that these two guys have identical competing interests. And from a theoretical point of view, it's not at all clear how they interact.
It's difficult, yes, because they are very related, because you as referee can be 1 week in the bar and the following week in the pitch. So, yes, my idea is like referee knows that if they make a mistake, he can be correct. So it's like he prefers not to be the responsible of the change in the match, and if he makes a mistake, he will be corrected. But then,
But that is exactly the point. If the decision by the referee on the pitch is repealed by the VAR, this negatively influences the evaluation of the referee on the pitch, and therefore increases his waiting time until the next appointment.
yes, but because the referee in the bar has all the time, it's like he sees more clear the action. So maybe it's true that he tries to not penalize his colleague, but still, because it's like objective, because you have the match at the time, maybe it's because that.
To look in these two guys' side, because the VAR knows that he will not be monitored.
Yes. Yes, it's a question that we have to study more theoretically. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is very, very short, and is something that I didn't really understand. What is your unit of analysis? What each observation represents?
Each observation is a penalty or a straight red card.
So you don't have a control group of cases where there is no decision?
Yes, so it's my sample is all the penalties and straight red card, because we assume that if the penalty is not decided by the referee or by the VAR, it's like it's not penalty. We assume that like a objective measure. You know, if the penalty was not taken, it's because it was not penalty. Because you have the criterion of the referee and then the criterion of VAR. So if any of them decide that it's a penalty.
So I'm thinking your control group is the VR for the referee. You're comparing one against the other, right?
Because you compare like the proportion. Imagine you have all the penalties for the home team and all the penalties for the away team, and you have like a proportion of penalties by VAR, and it's like the VAR decisions are errors of the referee in the pitch.
Thank you. Great paper. Do you think it would be useful to measure? Not every referee is the same. I mean, you have experienced referees and stronger in character. So somebody nominates the referees to act in some games. Do you think the strongest referees, they are not afraid of the home fans? So it would be a bias against the home team with the strongest referees. I mean,
We are right now studying the heterogeneity across referees. Right now, we didn't find any effect of the heterogeneity, but I know that in the literature there are papers even studying the interaction between the referee, the characteristics of the referee in the bar with the characteristics of the referee in the pitch. So I know that there are studies of that, but we still didn't find any effect in the.
Thank you very much. And now for the final presentation of the conference. As I already said, I'm Jane Ruseski, and I'll be presenting some recent work that I'm working on with Brad and a former PhD student of ours, Julia Chickus, on the impact of name, image, and likeness legalization on NCAA Division I-A recruiting expenses. So we have a paper that is based on American college sports, before I change the case to Wisconsin. And before I get started, I would just like to take this time to really thank all the organizers for putting this conference together and all the volunteers. It's been a great 2 days, and we really owe you a lot for everything you've done to make this a very smooth and enjoyable experience. So thank you. Okay, so I want to set the legal context in which this idea of name, image, and likeness legalization came about. So it has been in history, in the National Collegiate Athletic Association, which is the governing body in the United States that regulates college athletics, has had this position that college athletes are amateurs and therefore could not receive any type of compensation outside of their scholarship to compete in sports at their university from any other sources. So this idea of amateurism is very much part of what the NCAA vision was. However, in recent years, there have been several lawsuits against this amateurism stance that the NCAA has lost. And so we are now in a situation where college athletes can be paid for what we're calling their name, image, and likeness. Okay, so the first case that came about was this former UCLA player, very good basketball player, on a championship team in UCLA. And he was already retired from college sports and living, his life. And a friend of his came and said to him, "Hey, look, there's this new video basketball game based on March Madness, and you're in it." And he had no idea. And so he thought, that looks like me. That's my name, my image, my likeness, and I'm getting nothing in compensation for the use of this in this video game. So he sued. And it became a class action suit, and it was decided in August of 2014 with a settlement of about $40 million. So that's like the first legal case. Then the next case that came up that has been instrumental is this Alston case. In this case, it's the former WVU player, Sean Alston, who sued and argued that the restrictions on the non-cash education-related benefits that were given to student athletes were an antitrust violation. So this was decided in March of 2019 by a lower court in favor of Sean Alston, but it was appealed to the Supreme Court of the United States. That is what SCOTUS stands for. The Supreme Court upheld the lower court decision in June of 20, and specifically on June 21st of 2021, so just a few years ago. And so that meant that name, image, and likeness payments were legalized. So now players and college players could be compensated for their use of their name, image, and likeness and ads and all sorts of things. So the NCAA, in response, completely deregulated NIL on June 30th of 2021, and this was in response to several states that were getting ready to pass laws to allow players to receive compensation for use of their name, image, and likeness. However, there's a distinction here that the NIL payments cannot be made to foreign international athletes because they are on a F1 visa and they're not required, they are not allowed to earn any money outside of the university. And so basically what the NCAA stated is that the players of states with no NIL laws can earn payments for their use of their name, image, and likeness and not violate NCAA rules. Completely changed the landscape for college athletics. Okay, so now we're in a situation where California moved a little bit early. They granted the NCAA rule changes and granted NCAA athletes the right to profit from NIL. In Florida, 2021 modeled on California bills, introduced their bill, and many states followed suit. So we're now in a position where 29 states currently have NIL laws that allow making earnings legal for athletes. The general provisions of these laws, they vary state by state to state, but in general, they prohibit rules restricting athlete NIL earnings, disclosure of contracts, they're allowed to hire agents and advisors, but what most of the provisions do at this time is they prohibit schools from directly compensating athletes. So what has grown up are what we call these NIL collectives that are private groups that are handling the decisions about making payments to players for use of their name, image, or likeness. So what we're going to do in this paper is exploit the variation in the timing of these laws, the passage of these laws, and we're assuming that the passage signals legitimacy of NIL earnings to athletes in athletic programs. Okay, so we are now, though, in a different environment even still. Okay, so the next chapter is coming. Our analysis period does not cover this, what has just happened in the U.S., but there was yet another lawsuit, a group of lawsuits, actually. The initial case came from a former Arizona State University swimmer, Grant House, hence the name of the case, and a former Oregon women's basketball player, Sidonia Price. They sued the NCAA and they challenged the NCAA policy that prohibited revenue sharing or compensation from commercial use of NIL. This case was settled. It did not go to court because the NCAA was sure they would lose. And it was settled in June 2025. The settlement basically ends 3 separate antitrust lawsuits claiming the NCAA is illegally limiting earning possibilities for athletes. And it now, what it put into place is a revenue sharing agreement. So athletic departments now will directly pay their athletes for use of their name, image, and likeness. There's a revenue sharing cap set for about $20 million per school between 2025 and 2026. So schools that spend more than that to pay the athletes will have to pay some type of luxury tax, I guess. And then there's also part of this settlement set up a new commission called the College Sports Commission that will look at outside deals. So these are the ones coming from the NIL collectives or other places. Of $600 or more have to go through a clearinghouse. So this is brand new. We have no idea what it's going to do to the landscape in fielding college teams going forward, but this does have big implications. So the landscape has completely changed. Right now we're sort of in this wild, wild west situation, but we'll see what happens with the House settlement. Okay, so let me talk about some existing literature. So this is a relatively new phenomenon in college athletics, and we are seeing some papers that are looking at the effect of NIL arrangements on various outcomes. So some current papers that are out there are this one paper by Pitts and Evans in the Journal of Sports Economics in 2024. They were looking at how the introduction of NIL payments impacts the ratings of recruiting classes in football. Right? And they're looking at the recruiting points over the 2022 to 2024 season, and they find that there is a positive correlation between NIL payments and recruiting points. Then Owens et al. Have a paper in Applied Economics also in 2024, and they find that they're looking only at the 2021-2022 recruiting cycle in football, and they find that NIL payments are significant predictors of a recruit's decision to accept a scholarship offer. And there are a couple of working papers out there, Flynn and Kermsey. They're looking at the impact of NIL, so the introduction to NIL, it's a natural experiment, a different framework, on performance of domestic athletes who can get NIL payments relative to foreign athletes who cannot. And they're looking at this in 3 sports that include college swimmers, hockey players, and basketball players. So I chose these 3 sports because the idea is that college swimmers are not high revenue earnings, and they probably might not be motivated by the ability to earn payments through NIL. Hockey players more so, and basketball players even more so. And they find mixed results in the study. The fact college swimmers their performance doesn't change relative to international players, and they find some mixed results with hockey and basketball. And then finally, there's another working paper by Lee and Derdender that looked at, again, the post-NIL period and relative to the pre, and they find that lower-ranked football programs, which I'll talk about a little bit more in this presentation, actually are attracting higher quality recruits since the passage of name, image, and likeness. So these papers are primarily focused on recruiting success and player performance, but none of these papers have analyzed athletic program expenditures, which is what we are going to focus on in this paper. Okay, so let me just give you, I also want to give a context for what this NIL world looks like right now as far as we can tell. One of the challenges in conducting research in this area right now is there is little systematic information on NIL payments or cooperatives. However, there's this website called on3.com that contains some information on NIL in football, including school-level NIL activity, information on school-specific collectives, football scholarship offers, and formal recruit commitments. So this paper by Owens et al., they use this website for their paper, and they have 130 schools in the sample, and the average payment, NIL payment, in that sample was $41,699. And then they also identify these elite programs based on like how big and how successful some of the larger programs are in the U.S., like Texas and Oklahoma and schools like that. And their average payment for the elite programs is a bit higher than across the board at $65,000. Then yesterday I pulled this chart from Sports Illustrated. It's a very recent article that was in Sports Illustrated, and they are listing here the top NIL deals for the upcoming academic year, and we can see that they're significant. Okay, so. And this is the NIL value that's estimated for these contracts. It's hard to know for sure exactly what it is, but it ranges from a high of $6.8 million for Arch Manning, who's a quarterback in Texas, down to about $3.1 million for other quarterbacks. And you can see that the people who are benefiting the most from these NIL collectives and these deals tend to be concentrated in football. That's a high revenue generating sport for the universities, and mostly quarterbacks. So this just gives you some idea of the magnitude of what's going on now. Okay, so what are we going to do in this paper? Our research question is a very simple one. It is, how does the passage of an NIL law in the state affect the recruiting expenses by schools in that state? So we'll focus on recruiting expenses and state NIL law passage in a difference framework. In the time period that we're analyzing, the NIL payments are made outside of athletic departments. That's obviously not changing. You know, we can think about how the NIL might affect college athletes and programs in many ways. Again, little systematic information on NIL payments and collectives, which is why we're focusing on an outcome like recruiting expenses and exploiting the variation in the timing of the passage of the laws. And also we think that the impact will very likely be different across men's and women's teams, so we will run some separate analyses on that. Okay, so our data are coming from a couple of sources. The recruiting expenses are coming from this data source called EADA, and that is the national organization that is overseeing equity in in athletics. So they need to report a variety of things to this organization, governmental organization. And so we'll be using a school year panel data set that covers the time period of 2016 to 17 to 2022, 2023. There are different divisions in college football. We have the football bowl, so the FBS, that is the top level. That's the Texas and what includes the Power 5 conferences in the U.S. and others, but that is the FBS. And then we have the championship division, which is like the second level in the structure of college athletics. There's a third level called 1IIIA, but we are not going to include them in this analysis at this point. We might consider doing this later. The expenditure data are deflated to $2022, and the date that the state NIL law was passed was hand collected by our former PhD student. Okay, so we're going to just estimate a simple reduced form model explaining variation in recruiting expenses. So the dependent variable is overall recruiting expenses at school I in state S in year T. We will include school and year fixed effects. Beta 1 program, that is a couple of variables that are kind of measuring the athletic program characteristics in terms of the number of teams that the schools field and the number of athletes that the schools have, the universities have. And then our key variable of interest is the law variable. And this is an indicator variable for the passage of an NIL law in state year, in state S rather, in year T. So it's a state level treatment. So our parameter of interest is beta 2, and that will estimate the impact of the NIL laws on recruiting expenses. Okay, so just some quick summary statistics. So we have the two divisions, the bowl subdivision and the championship subdivision. Not surprisingly, the recruiting expenses on average are much higher in the bowl subdivision than they are in the champion subdivision. The total number of teams fielded and the number of athletes is really not that much different, but the recruiting expenses are quite different. Okay, so this is just a chart that now shows us the difference in recruiting expenses between states that don't have an NIL law and states that do. So the blue line are states that have no NIL law, and the green line are states that do. We can see that 2021 is when the Austin case was decided, and they're trending pretty close. And this is COVID, so college sports was not played, so there were not a lot of recruiting expenses. But we can see just an uptick in the recruiting expenses for states that had NIL laws after post 2021. Okay, so here are our results. They're quite simple right now, pretty parsimonious regression models. So what we find is that we do not find an impact on having an NIL law and recruiting expenses in the FBS, so in the higher division. However, we do find in the championship subdivision that if the state has an NIL law, they are spending less, the university is spending less on recruiting relative to states that do not have an NIL law. The total number of teams has a positive effect on recruiting expenses, and the number of athletes also has a positive effect on recruiting athletes. But again, all of the action is occurring in the FCS, in the second division. We then go and rerun the same regressions by gender, team gender, and we have, again, similar results. We have a reduction in recruiting expenditures for men's teams, and there's no significant effect on women's teams. And again, we find nothing in terms of the impact of an NIL law on recruiting expenditures for the football, the first division, the FBS. Okay, so what do we have so far? We find no impact on recruiting expenditures for FBS programs in states with an NIL law. The recruiting expenses work out to be 8.1% lower at FCS schools in states with NIL laws after passage. The impact is coming primarily on men's teams' recruiting expenses. It could be that this suggests that NIL and FCS, and recruiting expenses are substitutes in the championship subdivision, which is plausible. We're trying to think a little bit about some mechanisms. We also can explore the role of football more specifically, because this is for all sports, not just football, by including the 1 AAA schools. And we also need to think about the role of the pandemic and also the role of the transfer portal. I forgot to mention on my slide, that slide didn't appear. This is the earlier version. I did have a slide with the timeline of all the decisions. And on that slide, I mentioned another thing that's really important that's going on here at the same time that will absolutely impact recruiting expenses and NIL payments is a stark change into the way the transfer portal is operating now. So in April of 2021, so just a couple of months before the settlement in the Alston case, the NCAA loosened the way players can enter the transfer portal. So basically the way it used to be is players could transfer from one institution to another, but they had to sit out a year before they could play again. In April of 2021, the NCAA loosened that regulation and said, okay, you can enter the transfer portal once per year and you don't have to sit out anymore. And that changed the landscape of recruiting quite a bit as well. And now it's even looser. Now a player can enter the transfer portal at any time if the head coach changes. And I think they can also enter it more than once a year now. So that the question of how NIL payments will interact with the transfer portal is an important consideration and something we haven't controlled for yet in this framework, but something we do need to control for. And thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Jane. I finally understood this mess. But, so my question is not exactly on your paper, but you see, we were talking earlier about Universidad Chile. There was a Universidad Católica, there is a Universitario here, Universidad. There was a Universitario in Colombia in 1953. And these teams, I don't know if all of them, but the general history is that these teams belong to university. And when professionalism came, eventually they weren't able to actually keep the team, and in some sense they kept the name, but they really don't belong at all to university. Maybe there is still some link, some small stuff, but they're really professional teams. My point is, what I see here, if a kid is making $6 million, I don't know, 20 times more than the professor, or doing more. So why is he going to study? So I don't know if you see what future do you see? Because as I see it, and based on what I just told you, I see what's going to happen is that they killed the university. I understand why they did it, and it makes sense, and regulatory, and actually competition-wise, it makes sense, and all this stuff. But what is going to happen, from my point of view, is what already happened here 80 years ago in South America. The universities will make no sense, because the kid is not going to go to a test because he's making $6 million. Why would you do an exam? Why would you try to study? So I don't know what your view is on what you're saying, if it makes sense.
If I had a crystal ball, that would be wonderful. But we have had a lot of discussion amongst the academic circles around this, and there are some, Dennis and Brad can chime in if they want to, but there is some idea that that could exactly happen for the big sports, football and basketball. The Olympic sports will probably maintain their current arrangement with the university, because they're not revenue generators, and they're not going to be the huge recipients of this NIL money. So yes, it has implications for whether a student would want to continue to be a student athlete. They do have to maintain eligibility requirements. So the GPA grade point average has to be those rules in the NCAA are still there. So the incentive to take a test would be to remain eligible to play and get that $6.3 million. But I think that, it's hard to predict how this is all going to pan out, really. Yeah.
Or one strong possibility is that just like these Chilean university teams, the football program for the big universities, will become a separate entity and pay a licensing fee back to the university for the use of the name, but they will operate then because this professionalizes college athletes, right? I think that's probably what we'll see happen sometime in the next 5 years.
But then what you will have is, you have the NFL, which is the professional league, and then you will have a professional under 23 tournament. And do you want to have that? Because as I see in football and basketball, in the sense of belonging to university, this stuff that works a lot in football. I don't know. I see the future is not going to be the best, but I don't have the ball.
No, I agree. Yeah.
But the development is mirrored by football clubs in Germany. So the Bundesliga clubs have in, I think, 17 out of the 18 cases legally separated the professional team from the mother club.
It's going to be very interesting to see what shakes out of all of this, and especially with this new house ruling. Yeah.
Just before you go, tell me, the rest of it, don't leave. I want to something like what we would say the closing remarks. I have 3 points here to say. So first, because many of you didn't come this morning at 8 a.m. Or Thursday, I'm wrong. I want to repeat very briefly. We are working with many colleagues in Latin America on a Latin American Economic Association. So if you are, I am asking everyone to actually contact me and say that you are interested, especially if you know colleagues in other universities here in Peru or here in Latin America. Please contact me to try to make this thing bigger, because the idea is to push it very strongly in the second half of this semester. So that's one thing. The second thing to finish is, I want to thank very much Gabriel, which is the chief of the Department of Economics at the University de la Pontificia Universidad Católica Peru. I want to thank Jose Gallardo, who led the team to make this possible, and also I want to thank a lot Ana Lucia, which I don't see her around, but all of you have had contact with her, so I would appreciate it. And the last part is that, well, for many of you, you have heard that, in the comment sections, there's always some very interesting and wise points made by Bernd. I knew him 2 years ago, I guess, I don't know, not that long ago. But I have read your work before, and Bernd, this is his last conference because he is retiring. He is going to a better life, I don't know. And so I would like to thank you for coming here. You went to the first edition in Bogota. You are helping promote the Latin American Association also, especially the research down here. And I would like to ask everyone to give a special applause to Bernd. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Antonio, how are you doing? Yes, it's me, down here. No, don't worry, I was joking. So, they're telling me that we have free time until 6:15. You don't go to a hotel, it's too far. But you know, let's relax around in the campus, which is very nice, because they're going to give us bring me a cup of wine, and then we will go to a restaurant. If you want to go to a hotel and then meet us at the restaurant, but ideally they really want us to be here for the cup of wine, and you know, we can thank them again for the hospitality. Oye, la fotógrafa está por aquí. ¿Por qué no nos sacas otra foto de todo el grupo? Yes. So everyone, if you will please step outside and smile for the last picture of the event.
Gracias por venir. Bueno. Estamos celebrando 7 años conmemorativo aniversario de años. Este es muy complicado. La tarjeta de perfecto, sí, descargo. Y tengo que decir algo. Por favor, ¿me puede decir la vuelta de la que no puede tener acceso al video? Porque voy a mandar en un par de semanas la presentación de conocerlo. Gracias por venir a acompañarnos. En el aviatismo.
Hola, ¿cómo estás, José? Claro,
Yo no suelo demorar en registrar horas alguna, a veces me pasan 2 días, hay mucho estrés. Pero no, sí, pues, esas son las horas registradas en su momento. Después hemos hecho más trabajo para este pata, pero ya no le hemos cobrado porque llamó a pedir una habilitación adicional, como que entre comillas de favor, y ahí lo hemos atendido tanto Juan como yo. Juan le hizo una carta incluso gratuita que yo revisé después y todo, ¿no? Y ahí fue que hablé de madrugada con él. Pero como era por horas el encargo, yo le metí 5 horas a esa carta y Juan creo que 1 hora y media, y ahí se fue, y ese fue el horario. Pero eso es.
Of a sports economist, following what I know you have done in the United States, in Europe, in Spain, and there is an international one which I know it exists, but I don't know who they are. And the idea, I guess, came with the first conference we did a couple of years ago, and where some of you were there, and we realized. I still think a lot of Dennis's keynote talk, and because as I said already somewhere in this conference, he noted that in Latin America we do a lot of sports. We are very good in some of them, world class in some of them, and we research little of them. And so most of the research that you can find is on Europe and North America, essentially. And so the idea to create this association came via a lot of things, and in this second conference I have found that there is interest in Latin America if we promote the idea of researching about what we do in the region. High quality research is the idea. Full disclosure, there is an association on sports, gestión deportiva, how do you say that?
Sports management.
Yeah, I guess sports management in Latin America, but it's kind of different. No, sports management, yeah, it was, and the idea eventually is to connect to this economists association, the marketing people, which would be, they do a bit like that in Europe, right? So my idea, the objective not of the talk but of the association would be to do networking, and especially to try to perpetuate in time this conference. This is the second edition. The first edition I alone did it. The second edition I have helped a bit to the people of the Católica University here in Peru. But still it's me pushing, and I think if this is to survive as an idea in the long run, we need to have something that, an organization that pushes this, and this would be the Latin American Association of Sports Economy. So what I did, what we have done, I don't know, I just did it, is we had a first meeting this semester, online meeting with, there were 42 people that participated from around Latin America. But for instance, I'm missing still people from Mexico. I haven't been able to contact people in Mexico, and that's a big country. We still miss people from the Caribbean. That's 25 countries, if I recall. No. So yes, I'm still short in trying to sell the idea across the continent. But still, 42 people for something that I connected via online, I think it was good. People were very interested, so what we did is we created a small group of people, and at the time then Carlos Murillo from Pompeu Fabra and from the Spanish Sports Economy Society, he offered to support and advise and even contact us with the Spanish Society, which he did last May. They had a meeting in Gijón, and in the board he told the idea that we were creating this and we would like to have their support, and they offered it. So it's kind of, they've been helping us and advising us in how to do it. We have now working with Nano Oshela. I was trying to get him to come, but he couldn't. Rodrigo Palma, Nano is from Argentina, Rodrigo Palma is from Chile, and together with Carlos we have been discussing a draft of what would be the bylaws of the association, which at this point we haven't shared with everyone, but we will when we have a draft where we are kind of satisfied with the idea. They have experience in other organizations, so that's been helpful. And the next step is this one. Originally, I had this slot to announce the creation of the association, but time ran out. But so I do want to ask people that are here to help me sell the idea. If you're in Europe or the US, you know, maybe you have students or former students that research in Latin America or are located in Latin America, and have them at some point contact me in the short run, because one thing they've been discussing is that we need a critical mass. We need a large number of people to try to make this work. And so, yes, the idea today is very short, it's very simple. And well, I would like to hear any comments on how we should move. We are going to set up the association in Argentina. That's the idea for now, because tax-wise and you know, in terms of how to do it is the easiest way. Apparently, it's not as complex as in Colombia, for instance. I wouldn't do that. It's so complicated. So it would be located in Argentina, but for Latin America, the idea in the bylaws is that yes, to promote research in Latin America, but membership so is open to everyone. And that will help us to fund a potential third conference in Guatemala. I've been talking to them. Yeah. But that would be an option, but you know, we have an association, we can actually then go and look for money for some private company. Membership will help us fund maybe small things that we need. And the idea then to keep moving and contact the other associations and maybe have share about research and maybe teaching ideas and all these that can be done through an association. So that's the idea. Today I want to ask you, everyone here, to contact me if you don't, and please contact people that you know, economists. So the other thing, we are very interested in contacting universities and across Latin America, professors from economics or related areas that might be interested and that they're outside my scope, my vision. I don't know them. We don't know them. Carles has helped a lot. He has a bunch of Latin American students that has, you were one of his students in Barcelona. But I'm pretty sure there are more. And so I'm trying to find everyone, because you know, when you do stuff and then years pass by, you know, I know you, I would have helped, I would have ordered, you know. And what we need is to have people know that we are trying to do this. So that's the message I wanted to do. I wanted to announce the creation, but we're not there yet. But just the short message today is to have you, one, contact your peers, former students, and tell them to, you know, contact the economic guy. And two, I'm open to comments about ideas or suggestions of how we should move, because what Brad and Dennis are the founders, right, of the North American Association. I don't know who did the European one. I talked to Carles, he's the founder of the Spanish one, so I've done some research about it, but I'm open to ideas, comments, and suggestions for 5 minutes before we start the formal sessions. If you have any comment, I would appreciate it. The picture is from the 1950s. in color. No comments? I convinced you guys? Okay.
Jorge, first of all, thank you for pushing us in Latin America to work in research and for the universities to participate in this kind of project. I believe in research and in sport, and I'm passionate. Do you say? Passion about the two things combined. So it will be a dream to have I imagine like a official web to have documented all the research we present here, for example, in the second Latin American, and then the first one, and in, for example, we have classified in Central America, South America, North America, and we can exchange ideas to make new research and to work together. For example, yesterday, Juan de Dios and you work, and other two people work in that research, and I think 3 or 4 universities were working together. For me, that kind of networking, academic networking is like beautiful. It's a dream. So thank you to pushing us. I think two suggestions or ideas is the first one is in the Sociedad Económica, Sociedad Española de Economía del Deporte SED, that Carles Murillo is the director or the president.
He's not the president anymore.
Okay.
Angel Barajas.
Yeah, Angel. They have two, how do you say, retos?
Challenges.
2 challenges. The first one is how much you have to pay to be part of the association, and how they cobrar, charge to the students, for example. Is the fee is an annual fee, yeah, and they, in the committee, they have to decide how much they want to pay for each member. It was the first challenge of the set. And the second one is how many times they have to organize a congress. They do annually, every year. And then they rotate universities, but the name of the congress is Congreso Iberoamericano de Economía del Deporte, CIED. But I said to the Spanish people that you said Ibero-American, but it's only in Spain. You are only organizing different cities in Spain. So where and how many times, por ejemplo, aquí es every 2 years. And maybe if we have a mass promotion, maybe we will help every year, for example. So to define this kind, we can make a committee for the association to decide this kind of things, and the estatutos.
The bylaws.
The bylaws.
I understand.
Yeah.
So, Yes, just, I mean, the original idea and the help from Carlos was to kind of be a branch of the Spanish, because they have this name for the Congress, Ibero-American, yeah. But it turns out that when kind of writing to them and contacting them, again, it was me contacting them. But say you have to talk in, from our organization. So at the end, we realized that we need an organization, even if we want to work with them and maybe have some funding for Latin American professors to go to a Congress in Spain every year and have one here every 2 years. We can talk all of that. Some stuff I've learned about writing the bylaws is that very specific stuff like how much are we going to charge or some indexation, that's not in the bylaws, because they say it's very complex, better in whatever board they will be. So yeah, we will share the idea of the bylaws, which I've been discussing with them, and hopefully over the second part of this year, this coming semester, we will be able to legally formalize the creation of the association. But what I'm asking is that, so we have, in these 42 people, I did a call on LinkedIn, and so I have a bias of a lot of Colombian non-university people, which I appreciate their interest, but it's the universities that really should lead this, and I'm missing people, and I want to push that, and that's why I'm asking, if any former students connected to what this would be, please tell them to contact me. And of course, when we're going to create this, I am a member of the North American Society, I'm a member of the European Society. You are most welcome to be a member of the Latin American Society, of course, when we have it, we're working. So, thank you, and I think it's time so that we start the formal sessions.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank the organizers for this wonderful conference, and also to the idea of Jorge for pushing this idea up and trying to organize people who is doing research in these topics in Latin America. I really appreciate that. This is a paper with Mauricio Bascuñán. We are in the University of Chile. This is the first paper that I write in this area, especially motivated by this idea of doing a conference. I really love soccer. I would like to play soccer, but I haven't been doing research in this topic. So, as you will note, this is a very preliminary agenda that we are putting up with some of my friends and colleagues in Chile. The paper is about the determinants of the player transfer fees in the Chilean professional soccer. This is the outline of the presentation. I'm going to try to motivate what this topic is interesting. I'm going to discuss what are the main questions in this research. I would like to say something about the data that we are using, the methodology. I'm going to discuss the main results and some extension that we have in the paper, and then I'm going to conclude. What is the motivation? I think that in many countries there is an increase in the availability of financial resources. Most of them associated with the civil rights to show the matters. The globalization also has been increasing the financial resources for the clubs, and also new marketing strategies that have been creating all of these availability of resources. What do the professional clubs do with this money? It is interesting to investigate. They can invest for purchasing better players and then to increase the attractiveness of the tournaments, or maybe this is a side of a book about the arrival of Beckham to Real Madrid some years ago. They mentioned that the implication was clear. Scoring goals is not enough. It was also necessary to sell jerseys. So it's very critical about what the clubs do with this increase in money. So the transfer fees do not respond only to the player attributes related strictly with the game. And also there are some characteristics of the buyer and the seller that may matter in the transfer fees. And also, this is the example that you are familiar with the research of Simansky. There are some other wrong considerations that seem matter also in the decision of to purchase players and how much to pay for them. For example, the examples in the book about the Blondie and Brazilian players are overpriced, and also they discussed the same good performance, for example, in international tournament, and overpriced. So it is not clear that only the attributes of the players determine how much the clubs pay for them. This is not a new question. There is not a contribution in that regard in our paper. Have been studied in developed countries. In particular, there are many papers for England. These are the authors of this paper. And recently, this has been extended to investigate another question, for example, what is the effect of the popularity on productivity, on the fees of the transfers. There are also Tampa exploring which factor affecting the difference between the transfer fees and estimated players' in value. Garcia del Barrio and Pujol focus on the impact of the players and club media visibility and find a positive effect on transfer fees, for example. And Depkin and Global explore the role of the buyer identity in the fee premium paid by the English club. So there are so many questions on this regard. But as Jorge mentioned also in the discussion, and it's clear from what we see in our country, little is known about this kind of questions in the Chilean case. In particular, this is the first paper looking at this determinants, and in Latin America, in some exception that we mentioned in the paper is this one by Montero et al. For Brazil, looking at what are the main determinants of the transfer fees in Brazil. So what we do in this paper, the main questions are related to what are the relevant determinants of transfer fees in the Chilean professional league. We look for some attributes related with the player, for example, age, previous performance, field position, etc. And also we try to see if there are some buyer effects. In particular, there is a popular belief that the most popular club pay more for the players. They may be because they hire better players. What we are trying to do here is see if controlling for the thing that we can control, we cannot control for everything. If controlling for some of these attributes or some of the characteristics of the buyers and the seller, there is an overprice higher if the most popular clubs are hiring employees. And also, we like to see if there is a seller effect, asking if are there some nationalities overpriced or not. The same as before, overpriced means here, after controlling for what we can control, if there is a higher price for some nationalities or not. What is the data that we use? We take information from transfer market, which is very popular now for getting data. For the last season, 2024-2025, and here is the registry of every transfer carried out by a Chile professional club. It is in the upper division of the Chilean league, which is composed by 16 teams. And here we have all the information that when a club, a soccer club hires or sells some players. These are all the transfers. There is not only purchase, but there is also sales. So we have data for 2038 transfer. This includes both purchases and sales carried out by Chilean teams belonging to the upper division. As you said, the professional is the upper division of the Chilean league. This is some statistical, descriptive statistical for the fee. These are measured in euros. The average is 460,000 euros, and the median is 300,000 euros. As you can see here, the distribution, there is a long tail for the highest prices. There are some sales about million of euros. That is not the normal distribution as we can expect if there is some superstar effect. But we don't look at that, but without there are some sales that are very large compared with the average for the some other interesting thing is what is the transfer fee by purchaser, and this idea that the most popular clubs in the Chile professional soccer pay higher fees, and the most popular clubs in Chile are Colo-Colo, which is the first one. Yeah, so you can see these are in thousands of euros, 100,000 euros. This is the average pay by Colo-Colo. This is not controlling for anything. And then appears Everton, which is not one of the most popular clubs in the world, but in Chile, but then we have Universidad Católica and Universidad de Chile, which are the other two most popular clubs in Chile. So there is some evidence that they pay more for the players, but again, this is not controlling for anything. Other interesting thing is related to the difference according to the field position. The center forward are the most paid, and then the midfielder wings, defense and goalkeeper are where the transfer fees are the low. So there are some difference according to the field position of the player. And finally, the evidence about the difference in transfer fee across countries. This is the transfer fee by player nationality. In general, the Uruguayan players are transferred by a higher price in Chile, and then you can see the difference with Argentina, which is a half of the average that we pay for Uruguayan players, and then we have the nationality Chilean is lower compared with Argentina and Uruguay. way we estimate. We follow here the econometric specification from Dobson and Gerard, which is a highly cited paper in this literature. And we model the transfer fee of a player I, which is by a club J from a club K, which we call it or define it as TIJK. It's a function of the characteristics of the player, because we annotate by PI, and characteristics of the buyer and the seller, which we're going to define as BJ and SK. These are the three most important factors, and what we do now is estimate this equation in logs, the transfer fee, the characteristics of the player, the characteristics of the buyer, and the characteristics of the seller. Which are the characteristics that we include? In vector P, we include the following variables: the age and the square age, only to see if there is some linear effect in age, the nationality of the player, the field position of the player, and previous performance. There is a mistake in the parentheses here. It must be goals, red card, and player matches. As the number are concentrated in mostly Chilean players, Argentinian and Uruguayan, we include a time variable for these three nationalities only, not for all the nationalities, because they are very concentrated in these three nationalities. Regarding field position, we use the dummy variable for defense, midfielder, wings, and center forwards, expecting that the center forwards are the most paid, and we are going to see that they don't do any difference. In the case of the buyer and the seller team, I will have only a cross-section data. We're going to use buyer and seller fixed effect for each club in order to control for the difference in the characteristics of the buyer and the seller. As I mentioned before, one of the popular beliefs is that the most popular clubs pay an overprice. And we test that by including a dummy variable, where the buyer is one of the most popular clubs in Chile, which, as I mentioned, are Colo Colo, Universidad de Chile, and Universidad de Chile. In the case of the seller club, we include a dummy variable for the three most important content terms of the number of sub players, which are Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Brazil, and Colombia. These are the main results. I didn't put the whole table here, so I'm gonna show in order to be clear for you, adding the other variables that I'm including. The difference between the specification 1, 2, and 3 is that in the first specification we only include the player attributes, and then in the specification 2 and 3 I'm going to add in the buyer and the seller attributes that we include in this definition. So you can see here there is a non-linear relationship between the transfer fee and age, and it reaches a maximum at 29 years old. This is the results of this age with positive parameter, and then the square age with negative, and we can find the maximum. As you can see here, there is not relevant difference among the field position of the player, with the exception of some negative effect of being goalkeeper. But it is not statistically significant when you include all the variables in the estimation. So in general, after controlling for the characteristics of the player, there is no difference in the price paid depending on the field position. And then here we include the nationality of the player, and as I showed in the figures, there is higher prices for Uruguayan players, actually controlling for the characteristics, and also the most popular clubs in Chile pay a higher price. Universidad Católica, Universidad de Chile, almost very significant at the end. Universidad de Chile, statistical significance of the usual standard for Universidad Católica. But as you can see, that the difference is very important, like 60% of difference. And then when we include the characteristics of the seller, we find evidence that there are lower prices for Chilean sellers. If the clubs are Chilean, they can sell the player in a lower price, and there are higher prices for Brazilian sellers. That the parameter is almost the double of the average. What we do next, in order to try to see if there is some omitted values that can be affecting our results, we include additional covariates. In particular, we look at the previous performance of the player, the season before the transfer, and we look at the impact of the number of goals that they scored, the number of red cards that they received, and the number of matches by which they attend. We also include a body mass index, to see if there is some difference, and a preference looking at if there is an impact on if the player hit the ball with the right or the left. And also the number of assistances, which is not the right that I work here, is assists. When you do the pass for scoring, if there is some positive effect on that or not. These are all the variables that we include. I'm going to summarize here. When we find different from what we find in the previous estimation, there are higher prices for Chilean players, no lower prices, so and an estimation of the impact of the Chilean, we are not controlling for some other relevant variables. We find higher prices for scorers, and body mass index, red cards, so personally, and assists do not matter. What will matter is the score or not, not if you give a pass goal. What are the conclusions? Well, our main findings indicate that individual characteristics matter, as we know from the previous literature. In particular, age, nationality, and previous player performance are very relevant in terms of the transfer fees in the Chilean market. We do not find evidence of difference according to field position. It doesn't matter where do you play. Uruguayan players and those that score more goals and have higher attendance are sold at a higher fee. This is evidence in this paper. We also find evidence of the buyer effects. The most popular clubs buy higher fees. Our results indicate that there is a seller effect also. We find the transfer fee higher for players sold by Brazilian clubs. Finally, our findings indicate that goals are more relevant than assists in determining the transfer fee and a scorer pace in the Chilean market. We think that we have provided novel areas for Chile and also for Latin America. As I mentioned before, there is new areas on this topic. Obviously, given that we have a cross-section, we cannot explore dynamic issues over time regarding the relevance of some variables. And there are several other questions I think that may be interesting investigate what is the reason of this evidence that the biggest club, the most popular club, pay higher prices. This may be an interesting question for future research. I try to understand better what are the mechanisms of this evidence that we showed in this paper. That's it.
Thank you very much, Roberto. Perfectly in time. So we have 10 minutes left for questions, comments. Dennis.
Roberto, very interesting. I'm thrilled to see a paper about transfer markets in Latin America because there's, as you noted, many studies of transfer markets in Europe and almost nothing, I think, on outside of Europe. So this is wonderful. There's two things that are especially interesting to me. One of those is that universities have professional clubs. I've never heard of such a thing, so I think that's a very unique aspect that maybe you should, maybe it's a separate paper about the organization or something, but that is just fascinating that they have a professional club. More to the point of this specific paper, two things. One, do you know the length of the contract remaining of the player when they get sold? Because if my contract expires tomorrow, my club isn't going to be able to sell me for very much. If it expires 5 years from now, they will be able to sell me for much more. So that's the first thing. The second thing is you talk about the buyers and sellers in Latin America, but Chilean players could get sold to Europe, and it'd be interesting to me to know if they were sold outside of Latin America and if that makes a difference.
Okay. Thank you very much for the comments. It's weird that the university have professional clubs, but I should clarify that they don't depend from the university. They take the name because when they were founded in the university. But now they are professional clubs, independent of the university. They take the name, they pay something, not much, but they don't depend of the university. I need to check if we have information about the contract, when does the contract expire. It's a very good suggestion. And also I was wondering about the sales outside Latin America. They should be included here. I'm gonna look at that. But it's surprising that there is no sale or purchase from European countries. I think that maybe that in this particular season we don't sell anybody because we are not in a very good performance in the Chilean national team, which is one of the main reasons that we sell players. So I'm going to check that. Thank you very much.
So adding on Dennis' comments, the players who are bought and sold are not a random sample of the player population. In Europe, about 50% of the players move from club to club without a fee being paid. So have you considered estimating a sample selection model, a la Heckman, for example?
No, we are not aware that we just a self-selection problem here. it's very clear from your explanation that we need to change that. We need to correct for that. Very well said.
Yes, that is what I was going to ask. But because in Colombia normally when you have transfer between teams, they don't like to negotiate between the owners. So they normally wait until the contract is over and they take advantage of the regulatory norms where you cannot have a contract longer than 3 years in Colombia. So that connects to Dennis's question about how long are the contracts allowed in Chile, where they're like 5 like in Europe or 3, that might matter. And yes, so the other question I have is just curiosity. You in the summer statistic you showed that Everton was the second team with the largest transfer fees, and I'm wondering why. I'm suspecting it's biased by one player or something like that, because it's not one of the big Chilean teams, Everton. So why is it so high?
Yes, sure. We have to consider the type of contracts and how long is the time to finish the contract in order to get some results about how important it is for the determination of the transfer fee. Regarding the surprising Everton, which is the second one that is paying higher, or probably it has to be related with some particular sale, because when you control for the other thing, Everton is not significant anymore. So it should be related with that. I'm going to check. We are going to check if that's right or not. But at the end, in the descriptive statistics appears as, but when you control for the other things, this effect disappears. Thank you.
Any further questions, comments? So, if that's not the case, thank you very much again.
Thank you.
And now it's me. So, thank you very much again for having me and for giving me the opportunity to present joint work with Linus Koch. Linus is a first-year undergraduate student of sports economics at my university and seems to be a particularly promising young man. So, differences in hiring practices in European football, do they matter? We are currently in Europe in the middle of the transfer window. And when you check, for example, the website of Kicker magazine or the website of Gazzetta dello Sport, the Italian equivalent, every 10 minutes you have reports on a player having been bought and sold or having transferred without a fee. And that is exactly the question that we are interested in. Does that make a difference? So let me start with a quote from a paper by Stefan Szymanski. Transfer fees do not fit the performance data as closely as audited wage expenditures, but the two measures are highly correlated. So this seems to suggest that transfers can explain the observable differences in performance on the pitch nearly as good as wage expenditures. So I try to answer 3 different yet closely related questions. Is the hiring behavior of European top division football clubs similar, or are there differences? Second, is the club's hiring behavior influenced by their past performance? Do poorly performing clubs sign more new players? do successful clubs sign fewer players? And finally, do new players improve their club's performance? So perhaps trivial questions, no theory behind it, it's just descriptive. So the determinants of transfer fees have been analyzed in a couple of studies. We have just seen another example. But very little is known about the impact that new players have on their teams. And we are here just interested in the immediate or in the short-term impact. Teams seem to give more playing minutes to players that they paid the transfer fee for, holding their performance constant. And the correlation between playing time and transfer fees is statistically significant in the first 3 years after a transfer occurs, suggesting the presence of a sunk cost fallacy, similar to the sunk cost fallacy American studies find for the draft position, right? The impact of transfer expenses and or the transfer balance on team performance has only occasionally been analyzed. And the only study I found here is a master's thesis from the US, from some Midwestern university. So, how does the player market in professional football look like since the Bozeman ruling by the European Court of Justice in December 19, that's ridiculous, 1995. I apologize for this. Few restraints on the operation of the labor market are left over. For those of you who are not familiar with the Bozeman ruling, Jean-Marc Bozeman was a Belgian player that was active for RC Liège, a Belgian club, and after his contract expired, he wanted to move to a French second division club, AC Dunkerque, and Liège demanded a transfer fee, although Bozeman was out of contract. The French club was unable to pay that fee. Bozeman was unemployed. Liège offered him a new contract at massively reduced salary. Bozeman refused to sign the contract and was unemployed. So he moved to the Belgian court system first. He lost in all the instances and then went to the European Court of Justice. And the European Court of Justice in December 1995 declared that this decision by RC Liège was incompatible with the Treaty of Rome that guarantees every European free mobility of labor and to work in any country he or she wishes to do. So the European clubs thought that this would be the end of the world because they financed many of their activities via player sales, although the contract had expired. So typically teams bargain for the services of players, and there is considerable mobility within and between leagues, nationally as well as internationally, and that's what we are currently seeing again. Public information on individual players' expected productivity is easily available, and we distinguish three different types. So first of all, players can be borrowed by another club, and we call that loans. Players can be signed without a transfer fee, out of contract players. And finally, players can be signed after the transfer fee has been paid, with the fee being a function of the respective players' mostly remaining contract length. So more recent studies from Europe show that remaining contract length is the most important determinant of a transfer fee being paid. So what does our data look like? It includes all the clubs that played in one of the 5 top European leagues, Bundesliga, La Liga, Ligue 1, Premier League and Serie A, in the 10 seasons 2015-16 to 2024-25. So the total number of observations is 976, somewhat smaller than the data set I used yesterday. Bundesliga has always had 18 teams, Premier League, La Liga and Serie A and A, all have 20 teams over the entire observation period, and Ligue 1 reduced the number of clubs from 20 to 18 prior to the start of the 2023-24 season. So that gives us 976 observations, or club season observations, to be more precise. The main variables are the number of players borrowed from other clubs, players signed without a transfer fee, and players for whom a transfer fee had to be paid. When we aggregate the number of players signed prior to the start of a new season, we find a perhaps surprising picture. So Bundesliga and Premier League clubs are quite similar. On average, they have 8 arrivals prior to the season. La Liga and Ligue 1 are on average slightly above. They have around 10 arrivals per season, and Serie A is completely different. So Italian clubs on average have around 15 arrivals prior to each season. So there seems to be much more turnover in the rosters of Italian clubs. When we distinguish the arrivals by type, so red are loans, yellow are transfers where no fee had been paid, and blue are transfers where a fee had been paid. And once again, we see that Premier League and, in this case, Ligue 1 are somewhat similar. Premier League clubs sign more players for whom they have to pay the transfer fee. And again, Italy is completely different. Far more loans than the rest of the European top divisions, and far more signings with the transfer fee. The number of signings of players for whom no transfer fee had been paid is quite similar, with the exception of the Premier League. So the hiring patterns of top division clubs in Europe seem to be quite different. Roster sizes, Bundesliga, La Liga and Ligue 1 are quite similar, Premier League slightly higher, and Serie A much higher. There are several years where Italian clubs have rosters as big as 70 players. US Lecce, for example, the club that has just avoided relegation this season, had in 2 or 3 seasons more than 70 players on their roster. And these are the clubs in Italy that are in financial problems. It's not the big city clubs with these large rosters. So I have no idea how they can sustain that kind of policy. So signings in percent of roster, Bundesliga clubs around 25%, suggesting that the average tenure is around 4 years. In La Liga, slightly higher, Ligue 1, around the same value than Bundesliga clubs. Roster turnover seems to be somewhat smaller, somewhat lower in the Premier League. It's slightly above 20%, and in Italy, again, everything seems to be different. So roster turnover of 35% per season, suggesting average tenure of less than 3 years. When we now disaggregate the data by league position in the previous season, what we see is the number of players that are loaned and the number of players that are signed without a transfer fee being paid, that increases from rank to rank. It's not a linear effect, but close to linear. So the poorer the performance in the previous season, the more players you loan out from other clubs, and the more players you sign without a transfer fee. The number of players for whom a transfer fee is being paid is nearly constant across final position in the previous season. So that suggests that previous performance has a massive impact on the club's hiring behavior. However, when we here distinguish between the 5 different leagues, the patterns are completely different. So when it comes to loans, the picture is somewhat similar. When it comes to transfers without a fee, again, the picture is somewhat similar. But when it comes to transfers with a fee, past performance has a completely different impact in the different countries. So as you can see here, in France, the number of signings with a transfer fee decreases with league position, while it massively increases in the Premier League and also increases with league position in Serie A. So what is particularly interesting is this pattern here, suggesting that the Premier League mainly is completely different from the rest of Europe, in that clubs with a poorer performance respond much more than better performing clubs. When we look at the distribution of the turnover rate by league, again, that is highly significant. These differences are highly significant, but I'm not going to spend much time on this picture. Turnover rate by final rank in the previous season. So again, a nearly linear effect. The poorer the performance, the higher is the turnover rate in the roster. That is not particularly surprising, but demonstrating the effect in quantitative terms is something different than just pretending the effect. And the question is, does that look similar across the different leagues? So the econometric approach is very simple. First of all, I try to identify the determinants of the club's hiring behavior. Then I try to identify the impact of arrivals on subsequent performance. And finally, I try to identify the determinants of roster size and turnover rate. So here are the results. In this table and the following table, Bundesliga clubs serve as the reference group. And what you see is that compared to Bundesliga, the hiring behavior of Premier League clubs is more or less identical. They do not sign more players, they loan out, they do not sign more players without a transfer fee, and they do not sign more players with a fee. La Liga is significantly different from Bundesliga, more loans, more transfers without a fee, and more transfers with a fee. Whether I estimate the model using OLS or whether I use a Poisson model, because that's count data, has no effect whatsoever on the results. And when we look at Serie A, again, completely different from the Bundesliga, and the difference between La Liga and Serie A is also always statistically significant. So Italy is completely different from the rest of these top 5 leagues, and League A is again very similar to the to Bundesliga, with the exception of the number of transfers without a fee. What is the most important driver of the club's hiring behavior is the market value of the team prior to the start of the season. So the market value explains nearly everything, suggesting that more valuable teams invest less in signing new players. Teams that qualify for the Champions League seem to be more active on the transfer market, and teams that have just been promoted are more active on the transfer market. And that's the same across all countries, which is not surprising, because most clubs that have just been promoted expect not to survive with their roster. They've made the promotion possible. And of course, I also include season values. So when I estimate instead of all that, fixed effects and cluster the standard errors at team ID, the picture changes a little bit. So loans are now not significant anymore. But what we see is final rank in the previous season has a statistically significant effect. The poorer the performance in the previous season, the more transfer activities we observe for these clubs. Again, Champions League clubs are more active, Europa League clubs slightly more active when it comes to loans, and the effect for the promoted teams survives with the exception of the coefficient for transfers without a fee. So, past performance and subsequent hirings, as we have seen in the descriptive statistics already, clubs with a poor performance seem to be more active in the transfer market, and that's what we find here. The number of loans increases with each additional rank in the final table, suggesting that the difference between the club ranked, let's say, 5th and the club ranked 15th means controlling for everything else, 3 more players that are loaned out, transfers without a fee as well as transfers with a fee also are significantly higher the poorer the performance in the previous season. And again, the market value of the club is the main driver of their transfer activities. The more valuable the club, the less active they are in the transfer market. What does that mean in terms of performance in the next season? So, do new players contribute to performance on the pitch? And what we find is, well, this is not really the case. So, new players seem not to help the clubs achieving a better performance. So, more loans are associated with a poorer performance, as are transfers for whom a fee had been paid. So new arrivals do not contribute to team performance in the very first season after their arrival. This does not rule out that in the medium term or perhaps in the long term transfers pay off, but certainly they don't pay off in the short run. And when we look at transfer expenses or transfer balance, you see here the kernel distributions for the 5 different leagues. You find no effect whatsoever. So, more expenses do not contribute to a better performance, nor does transfer balance. So, here is, for example, one outlier, that is Fulham FC. In the season when they were promoted to the Premier League, they had spent 600 million euros for new players, with, let's say, a modest positive effect on their performance. So, summary, clubs differ significantly in their hiring behavior. National patterns seem to exist. Bundesliga and Premier League clubs are somewhat similar. Serie A and La Liga clubs, no, La Liga and Ligue 1 clubs seem to be similar, and Serie A is completely different. So, club owners, managers should try to avoid departures, as new players cannot immediately replace exiting ones, and that refers to the important distinction between general and specific human capital. And that needs to be explored in more detail. So finally, very briefly, what are the determinants of roster turnover and roster size? Again, two OLS models. Premier League clubs are larger than Bundesliga clubs, the reference group. La Liga clubs have a significantly higher turnover rate as Serie A clubs that are much larger than Bundesliga clubs and have a significantly higher turnover rate, while Ligue 1 clubs are not that much different in quantitative terms from Bundesliga clubs. I think that's it, yes. Thanks a lot for your attention. I'm looking forward to your questions.
Bernd, this is transfer market there. Because I always wonder what the roster is in transfer market. They have these clubs with, I've seen clubs with 60 players. And playing with the data, I tend to see that they have a bunch of players that don't play. They have no minutes or very few minutes. So in exercise, when you see about the relative to the roster, right, and when you're saying your new players have little effect on performance, it may be that they are bringing either kids from the academy or hiring some young African or Latin American players to have them there, but they really play with the second team. So I suggest that, and I guess you're using aggregate data, so I don't know if this is going to be helpful, but I guess the participation of each player matters in terms of really understanding what's going on in terms of hiring practices. Because if you bring, like they do many times, even big teams, they bring this Brazilian for $20 million, but you have to have it there for a while. He doesn't play. You can actually, it's complicated because you can see also the same number of minutes played by some guy from the academy training with the first team, but really playing 12 minutes in the season, something like that. So I don't know if maybe the participation rate can help to really understand this type of exercise, which is really cool.
I certainly agree. However, what I find interesting is that in Italy, all the clubs behave completely different from the rest of Europe. So the largest rosters are only to be observed in Italy. And clearly, the majority of these players hardly ever or never appear in the first team. I need to talk to my Italian co-authors, Raul Caruso and Marco Di Domizio, whether they have an idea why Italy is so different from the rest of the European top division.
They would probably be proud of it. They would probably be proud of it. They're always proud of it.
Well, I'm afraid that's an argument that will not convince the referees, if they are not Italian themselves.
Hey, I would like to know your opinion about strategy of big football clubs. There are many clubs like Chelsea that have this strategy to hire many young talents, and Chelsea football club is just not Chelsea. I think they have like more teams around different leagues in French and other countries. I know that they try to hire new talent, and they play this transfer fee because they own the same teams, and there's I don't know how to say that. It's not like a fair play.
So I'm afraid few, if any, clubs do have a strategy. When you look at the hiring and firing behavior of clubs when it comes to head coaches on the one hand and sport directors, as they are called in many countries on the other hand, those who are dismissed typically find a job within a couple of days or weeks at another club. So that industry survives so far irrespective of the low quality of its managers. In no other industry, these people would survive for an extended period of time. And therefore, I'm somewhat hesitant to use the term strategy in that context. My impression is that the explanation for most of these differences is, well, managers seem to respond to pressure exerted by the fan. The poorer the performance in the previous season, the higher is the pressure to sign new players. If you call that a strategy, of course, yeah, then I agree. But that is the only pattern that we find across the leagues, the pressure being higher in Italy than, for example, in Germany and in England. But here too, we see poor performance leads to more turnover in the roster. And that is all that we can say with certainty.
Thanks, Ben. I've liked this paper. I've seen it about 4 or 5 times now that you've presented it. I may have missed this, but I wondered if you've considered the origin of the transfers, whether they're within division or whether they're from other countries or whether they're from divisions below, and how that might vary by division. I imagine that the Premier League signs most players from overseas, but perhaps the other divisions, say in France and Germany, maybe they recruit more from lower divisions, and whether that varies across the different countries.
Well, that's similar to your questions. So far, we have only used aggregated data. We do not distinguish the new arrivals first by country and second by league. And that is clearly something that we need to do. So in the Bundesliga, for example, there are clubs where the new players almost always come from lower division clubs in Germany. And that is clearly different from the hiring behavior of Champions League teams who sign players from other Champions League clubs. So here we have to do a lot of work to make these distinctions.
Thanks, Bernard. So this is only for the summer transfer window, is that right? So what do you do about the winter transfer window?
We have deliberately excluded winter transfers so far, but we are working on the data. I expect the effect with respect to performance to be stronger. So in the winter transfer period, it's the particularly poorly performing clubs that are particularly active. So if you want to avoid relegation, or if you have performed below expectations in the first half of the season but still want to qualify for an international cup competitions, these are the clubs. So those ranked, let's say, 5th to 8th, and those ranked 15th to 18th in the Bundesliga are particularly active during the winter.
Thank you for the presentation. Did you consider the relationship between the number of transfers and the roster size, and between the UEFA financial fair play regulations, and if they are following the regulations or not? Every window, transfer window.
We haven't done that so far with respect to the second half of your question, but here you see the signings in percent of the roster. So turnover is higher in Italy than in any other league, and Italian clubs are the ones that violate financial fair play regulations the most. So there seems to be a correlation. Okay, I'm not talking about causal effects, but there's clearly some correlation going on here.
Thanks for the presentation. Following up on your previous question to the previous presentation, are you considering that there is the things in your sample is not random, but things appear and disappear in the top tier according to some structure? And this is not just a technical issue. I wonder this because one big difference between the Italian League and the Premier League is that the Premier League has a very strong second tier, that is the Championship. So teams don't have to completely restructure when they promote or they relegate. They can keep similar teams. While in the Italian League, when a team goes from the second division to the first division, they have completely, they have to change completely.
We were surprised to see that the survival probabilities of promoted teams are not significantly different across these 5 leagues. So if you look at the Premier League this season, the 3 promoted teams have immediately been demoted again. In Italy, we observed that most of the time too, but last season Como managed to finish 9th or 10th, which was a complete surprise. In Germany, 2 of the 3 promoted teams have been demoted immediately again, and they won hardly any points. So the picture seems to be rather similar than different. And what is extremely interesting in the English are these parachute payments that do not exist in any of the other 4 European leagues. So these parachute payments guarantee demoted teams significantly higher TV revenues than the other championship teams. And irrespective of that, we do not observe a stronger yo-yo effect in England than in the rest of the top 4 European leagues. Thank you.
I have a question and one comment. My question is, why should we expect difference in the impact of the different strategies? Because why should loans allow to have a better or worse performance? It is not clear for me that one strategy may be better than other. And my comment it is related with that because all of these strategies, I think we think that are the optimal ones that they choose given the constraints and the goals that the clubs have. So they are endogenous. So it is. I think that there is a problem there, and also it is related with the objective. For example, given my constraints, I choose loans because I don't have the money to pay for the fees of the transfer of some very good player. But it is the optimal decision given the object that I have. If I don't know what I mean, or I think that I don't have the money to buy the player to be the champion of the league, I choose some optimal strategy that is good for me, but it is not necessarily related with a better performance in the tournament.
Well, why should you replace players if you do not expect a better performance from them, from the new ones? And I should have made that a bit clearer. The distinction between general and specific human capital is, in our view, or my view, particularly important here. New arrivals are
advanced, more or less advanced footballers who know how to tackle, how to play a ball over 40 meters, but they lack the skills when it comes to, let's say, knowledge, where the striker will run if you play the pass. And that is specifically in tackle. So you're not familiar with certain aspects of the playing style of the new team, but you are, in general, a good footballer in the sense that you can stop a ball, that you can kick a corner kick, etc. And that's the reason why I emphasize we are just looking at the short run effects of signings. A player that is loaned out for 2 seasons might help to improve the team's performance in the second year, but we are only looking at the first year after the arrival of these new players. Whether a fee had been paid or not, whether the player has been loaned out or not. So we may indeed underestimate the contribution of new players to team performance in the medium term. That's not what we are particularly interested in. Yeah.
What's your opinion about the high transfer fees that are being paid nowadays to football clubs? Because there are teams that don't have this capacity of paying high fees, and there's like a division about clubs that have a lot of money and the traditional clubs that may have like been a part of this.
Well, there are certainly clubs without any financial restrictions, and there are clubs suffering from financial constraints. But that's the same in any other industry. And the question is, does that justify any exogenous intervention? My answer would be no. But that's my personal point of view. Because what would be a recipe to avoid transfer fees of, let's say, 150 or 180 million euros? Clearly, these transfer fees reflect monopoly power and not only training costs or player development costs. So Florian Wirtz moving from Leverkusen to Liverpool FC was sold for, I think, 150 million euros. This is certainly not adequate when it comes to compensation for player development. But allow the market to work. As an economist, I'm pretty confident that markets better solve problems than administrations like UEFA or FIFA. Okay, thank you very much. Next presenter, Ben.
Yeah.
Okay. Morning everybody. So I'm Ben, and today I'll be presenting some work that I've been doing with Ian McHale on sort of constrained squad optimization. So, in a nutshell, we're trying to optimize a football team's playing squad or optimize their transfers based on sort of our estimates of how good the players are, and various constraints like financial constraints, how much they can spend, etc., etc. So, a little bit of background. Obviously, preaching to the choir here, but there's a bit of a data revolution going on in football clubs at the moment. You have things like expected goals, which once was a very sort of niche statistic that was used by clubs like Brighton and Brentford. It's now very mainstream. You see it on Match of the Day. You see it in the FIFA video game. Clubs, increasingly building data departments, hiring quants, wherever James is. Can't see James. But you've got people like Ian Graham and Laurie Shaw. They were physics PhD students from Cambridge. They worked in finance on Wall Street, and later, ended up sort of really taking Liverpool and Man City to great success using all these models. Two other examples, Tony Bloom, Matthew Benham, owners of Brighton and Brentford, respectively. Again, they are sort of pioneers of data in football. They made a fortune actually betting on football using various models, and then they took those models, to their clubs, and have now got, their teams from League One to really solid Premier League clubs. So, there's lots of work on sort of identifying players' abilities. We've had some work this morning about, actually valuing players. But one of the main challenges is then utilising that data, our player estimates, our player price predictions, and utilising that data within constraints a club actually faces. So, I've mentioned Brighton and Brentford, great examples of this, pioneers. Everton, my club, one of the worst. We're not good at data or transfers. So, broad aims of the project. Like I mentioned, we want to take player ratings from our models. We want to take financial constraints. We can stick all that into an integer optimizer to obtain the best possible squad or the best possible transfers. And then we're going to simulate the next season using our optimized squad and the actual ratings that these players got in the following season to actually see where our optimized squad would have finished relative to Everton's baseline. So, I've got quite a lot to get through, so I won't spend too long on actually the previous literature, but just so you know, we're not the first to look into squad optimization. This has been done in various sports, football, baseball, basketball. People have even used sort of squad optimization for fantasy sports games. They find that actually they could make a profit using sort of a squad optimizer for fantasy sports. But yeah, and there's a lot of research. People often use sort of the FIFA video game ratings, and sometimes they optimize not for the sort of rating of the squad, but for the value of the squad, the future value of the squad. But yeah, the sort of main contributions that we're aiming for, we want to develop sort of the most complete and realistic representation of football squad optimization. So we're trying to take as many things as possible within the really complex dynamics of transfer markets and squad optimization. We're going to use real data throughout. Like I mentioned, a lot of these papers end up using FIFA video game data for their ratings, or the sort of transfer values on FIFA, or the wages on FIFA. We have, only got real data for all this. We've got the real wages, the real sort of estimates of transfer fees, and our own models for player ratings. We're going to try and tackle, player ratings, finance, structural constraints, financial planning, and quite a new one to the literature, contract renewals. We're going to try and tackle all these things at once. And again, sort of new to the literature, we're going to account for reliability. So not just how good a player is, but how often we actually expect them to be able to play. And then again, the final sort of main contribution is these real-world simulations to validate our squads. So, like I mentioned, there's a lot of small little models that go into this final big optimization. So, apologies if I kind of have to rush through a few of these things, but we're going to go through player ratings, player reliability, future market value forecasting, what we call contract adjusted market values, club hierarchies. Then we'll look at the optimization model, a few examples of the optimization in practice, and finally the simulations from those optimized squads. So, starting with our player ratings model. So this is sort of based on a paper that me and Ian did a couple of years back, where we developed something called adjusted Who Scored ratings. So anyone that's been on Who Scored or similar websites like SofaScore, players can receive a rating from 0 to 10 based on Who Scored's own algorithm that values actions within a match. So if you score a goal, you might get an extra +2 to your rating. Now what you can do, you could take sort of a naive average of these player ratings to get how good a player is on any given day. But the main problems with that we identified, these ratings, they're not comparable across leagues. Getting a 7 in the Premier League is very different to getting a 7 in, say, the Championship. These ratings don't account for match difficulty. Again, getting a 7 against Man City is very different to getting a 7 against Everton. Okay. Also, they don't take into account recent form, which is obviously more predictive of current performance. And players with very limited amounts of games, you can get very extreme values for these players. So our original model, you can basically put the player ratings as the dependent variable, and then put them in a regression model that accounts for home advantage, which league they're playing in, and which player, obviously. We apply exponential decay on past games and apply some shrinkage through pseudo observations within a player's current league. And the final sort of ratings, you can see they're the top 10 ratings by unique players over the data set. You can see it's a who's who of who you'd expect. So they're pretty valuable, definitely pass the eye test. But then even if we compare them to bookmakers, these models, these ratings can predict matches very comparably to the bookmakers. So, pretty confident in these ratings. But actually just recently I've made a few little changes to these. A few changes were sort of needed for this optimization and the later simulations. So we include just a binary indicator for whether they're a starter or a substitute. We estimate team strengths through a Bradley Terry style model, and we include the difference of these Bradley Terry ratings as an extra covariate in the final player ratings model. So this helps to adjust for the difficulty of the match. We actually find the league adjustment first, using only players who have played at least 3 games in 2 or more leagues. And then we actually directly adjust the rating prior to fitting the model. We found that this just helps, only including players that have actually been across multiple leagues. It helps just split the leagues up a little bit more in the actual league sort of adjustments. So what's really nice about this model, we can actually use our player ratings model to adjust what rating a player would have got on a particular day. Let's say they were playing for Everton as opposed to Barcelona. So just, the idea is we can find a player's baseline rating by removing the effects of home advantage or the team's advantage, whether they were a starter or a substitute, and the league strength. And then we can add back on the sort of effects depending on the required scenario. So, as an example, in 2022, Messi, he actually achieved a perfect game playing against Clermont for PSG. He was playing at home, so there's a slight home advantage. He was in Ligue 1, which, that negative means that's a harder league to get a good score in. he started the match, and by the Bradley Terry ratings, PSG had quite a big advantage over Clermont. So his baseline rating, once we take his actual rating at 10, adjust it for the various variables, he ends up with a 9.39, and that's his sort of baseline rating. Now then, suppose he plays for Everton. Am I in a dream?
At his brain.
Say again?
At his brain.
yeah, of course. So he now joins Everton, so he's playing in the Prem. This is a harder league than League One. It's minus 0.175 as opposed to 0.108. He's playing in the derby at Satan's Pit, not Anfield. And he starts the game, and again, Everton were at a disadvantage against Liverpool. Our Bradley Terry rating is lower than Liverpool's. So his actual sort of adjusted rating, once we account for the difference in the league, the difference in the teams, etc., he would have ended up with a 9.07. Okay? So, second thing to talk about, player reliability. So, essentially, the question I ask is it better to have a great player who's often available, or a good player who's always available? One thing, whenever people talk about player ratings, everyone always forgets about player reliability and how often they will actually play for you. A great example for Everton is Calvert-Lewin. He is, on his day, when he's available, he is our best striker. But the problem is, over about 8 years, he missed a quarter of the games. He was unavailable for 25% of the days that we played. So, that ends up, we have to play, our substitute striker, our reserve striker, substitute is injured. And so Calvert-Lewin's, actual impact on Everton over those 8 years is, very limited relative to how good he actually is. So, fairly simple, just to calculate our reliability measure is just the percentage of games, percentage of days that they miss over the last 2 years, be that through an injury, a suspension, or any other sort of absence at leave. Okay, we also want to account for future market values. Obviously, primary objective of a club is to win matches, but we also want to build towards financial sustainability. Everton, again, great example. I think Everton are a real example throughout this presentation. Our financial planning has ended up with us getting, a 10-point deduction over the last couple of seasons. We are constantly having to juggle players, find bargains. So, more than ever, actual good financial planning is really important. So again, very complex system that we're just trying to simplify for the sake of our optimization. We assume a player's current market value. A player's market value in 1 year's time is a function of their current market value, their age, and their position. So we actually ignore our estimate of players' ability in this model to just try and reflect, general market trends. Obviously, we could include our estimates of the player, and then it becomes more of like a Moneyball model. But our optimization is aiming for sort of Moneyball anyway. Okay, and so you can see. So in these plots, we've got it split by each position, and this is the increase or decrease in a player's market value relative to their age. So you can see, this is for strikers down here. So before they turn 25, each year we would expect their market value to actually grow on average. And then after 25 is when we start to see their market value decline each year. And that's probably to be expected. Players peak around 27, so you can expect their market value to sort of stop growing just prior to that. And you can see, it's quite nice, you can actually see slight differences between the different positions. Goalkeepers, their drop off tends to happen a little later, a year or two later than the other positions. Okay, next small model, we've got contract adjusted market values. So obviously for our optimization, we need an estimate for how much a player will cost. You know, transfer market, the valuations on there, they give you a good baseline, but you know, as we've actually heard this morning, you know, the contract situation is, you know, a massive element that's missing from these valuations. And so again, we just fit a simple regression model with non-linear relationships to estimate a player's actual transfer fee based on their current market value and how long is remaining on their contract. So again, you know, days remaining on the contract is on the x-axis, the predicted transfer fee on the y, and each line is, you know, a player with a different market value. So at the top, you know, this is a player with a market value on transfer market of 150 million, and at the bottom, this is 10 million. And so what's really cool about this model, I think, you know, without any fiddling, without any sort of manual adjustments, you can actually just see how it all trends to zero. When, you know, as the days go to zero, obviously you would expect they're worth nothing, they're good for free. And so, yeah, this is our little model for pricing players within our optimizations. Now, we can, you know, pretty safely assume a player dropping down a club, you know, let's say Everton are trying to buy a player from PSG, we would obviously need to pay a big premium to that player to join us. So again, just quite simplified proxy for club hierarchy. We just look at the average wage within the top 15 players of each club, and then we sort of compare that to Everton. So Everton's average wage was 106,000 a week. PSG's was 408,000. So, you know, just as a, again, rough estimate, simplification for the purpose of the optimization, Everton would have to pay a player from PSG almost 4 times as much money to join them. Okay? I think this might be the final small thing. So when it comes to signings and renewals, we obviously need to think about how many years contract we're going to give a player who signs or a player we renew. So we split players by 5 different age groups, and you know, based on sort of based loosely on data that we have, and you know, conversations with professionals from football clubs, these are sort of these are the contracts that we would be giving signing or renewal players. So you see, we get a player between 32 and 45. If we want to sign them, we'd only give them a 2-year contract. If we actually want to renew their contract, we only give them a 1-year contract. And we'd only pay them an increase of 1.03 times their current wage. So finally, we can get to actually the main part, the optimization. So we imagine that we're on the 30th of June in 2022. This is quite an important date in the football calendar. This is when most contracts actually run out. We take our player ratings from the earlier model, players' transfer fees, if they actually transfer this summer, it's their real transfer fee. Otherwise, Everton can sell players for their contract-adjusted market value, or they can buy players for their CAMV plus an extra 10% for non-transferred, non-Everton players. Obviously, we assume a slight premium for players clubs don't want to sell. We have players' wages in the following season, assuming that's the wage that they would want, which can be inflated for depending on the club hierarchy, or inflated due to the renewals. Players can be selected as a starter, a substitute, or a reserve player, and we will weight those 3 things in the actual objective of the optimizer. And finally, current Everton players, if they have less than 3 years, then they're eligible to be renewed. So, I won't spend too long on this, but because we've only got 5 minutes. So, constraints. We need 8 English players, a very simplified version of homegrown players rule. We want a 30-man maximum squad. So clubs are allowed a maximum of 25 over 21-year-olds, and then they're actually allowed as many under 21s as they like. But typically, sort of 30 people in your squad is about right. So we have different numbers for each position, depending on starters, subs and reserves. We want our total wage bill to be less than or equal to the next season's wage bill. Obviously, like I say, Everton, they have to be very careful with their finances at this point, so we don't want to spend any more money than what we did. So like I say, we can't spend any more than we actually did in the 22 summer window, which I think we actually spent about 20 million. We sold Richarlison for about 60. The maximum fee was about 50 million for an Everton player at the time, and the maximum wage was about 140,000 a week. So, again, just trying to make it more realistic, we only want to bring in a maximum of 10 new players. I think we've seen some examples, where Tottenham, I think they brought in 15 players or something one season, and it really didn't work out. And then final constraint, we want our projected adjusted market value in 1 year to be at least as big as our current adjusted market value within the club. So we want to maximise the overall squad rating and the increase in market values. And again, we weight the squad rating by starters, subs and reserves. So this is kind of the world 11, if there was no constraints whatsoever. So, you can see it's a who's who of who you'd expect, Messi, Mbappe, Neymar, Lewandowski, etc., etc. So, again, passing the eye test. Again, I won't spend too long, but this is sort of Everton's squad going into the transfer window, and big problems with it. We only had one right midfielder, that was Andros Townsend. He was also unavailable for about 17% of games. He actually ends up doing his cruciate ligament, I think, and missed basically the entire season. We also only have two strikers, Calvert-Lewin, who again misses about 25% of games, and Rondon, who's very reliable but just not very good. So we'll look at a few different scenarios for Everton, depending on whether we account for reliability, whether we weight the objective by starters, no extra budget, 10% extra budget, 20%, and if we can only make 10 transfers, or if we can start from scratch, burn down the whole team, I wish, and then buy whoever we want. So this is our team. This is one example of the team. We're allowed 10 changes, no extra budget, and some interesting players. Elise, we would have tried to get him from Palace. He's now gone to Bayern Munich. He's worth 100 million on transfer market. Anderson, he was playing at Bristol Rovers at the time. He's now at Nottingham. We could have got him for, less than 1 million. And he's now at Nottingham. He's worth 30 million on transfer market. So, we're identifying some interesting players. And now, going on to the actual simulations. So we can use the 22-23 season to look at what actually would have happened with our optimised squads. So a few little rules about the simulation. Our starting 11, it will be one goalkeeper, at least 3 defenders, at least 3 midfielders, at least 2 attackers, and then 2 extras to make up 11 players. We will assume players were injured or suspended, as they actually were in that season. And we have a small ordered logic model to actually predict the match outcome and how many points we would expect Everton to have got, given the adjusted ratings of the players on that match day. So, like mentioned, we find the Everton players' closest match rating to a particular day, and then we use our player ratings model to adjust it for the actual Everton match. So, our simulation results. So, in reality, Everton actually finished 17th with 36 points. So, as a baseline, we run the simulation using the actual squad Everton had for that season, just to make sure, the simulation's not affecting things. And again, we would find that Everton's actual squad in the simulation would finish 17th with 37.5 points. So, it doesn't look like the simulation's affecting things. But then, with our new teams, the best points we would have got would be 55. this is when we account for reliability, no extra budget, we weight by starting 11, sub or reserve, and we can make 30 changes. So that one's a bit unrealistic. The more realistic one, no extra budget, wait for the position of the player, and we only make 10 changes, we would finish 13th with 42 points. So in all of the different optimizations, we would improve Everton's position. So yeah, final conclusions, we've developed what we think is the most realistic and complete squad optimization to date. We use real-world data to actually simulate the season and validate our models. We've shown our models have real-world use. All of the optimizations improved results, and some evidence that reliability does positively impact the overall ranking. But there's a few differences between the different squads that we'll look into. So yeah, thank you for listening. I hope that was enjoyable. And yeah, any questions?
Thanks, Ben. That's my keynote talk done for me, so thank you very much for that.
Take the afternoon off.
But it was a really, really impressive presentation. A question, I guess two questions actually. I've asked them both at the same time, and then you can fire back. First one is, this is all well and good for Everton in the Premier League. What if you were working with a really crap team like Oldham Athletic, for example?
Well, we can have a look later. I've got it all on my laptop, so we can simulate it later, maybe.
Fantastic.
I think we would hope you can get similar sort of results. We would hope it would improve the player ratings. We do have down to League 2 in the models, so we can estimate players of that level. I suppose the problem would be if you are in League 2, which players are you actually looking at to sign? We don't have data below League 2. We might not have the equivalent data in different countries. So I suppose that would be the main problems with it.
Yeah, and kind of the follow-up question really is, you must have done this in all of the different bits of work that you've done that contribute to this, but one of the kinds of questions that always strikes me when I'm looking at these kinds of things is, how do you validate it? Because it's not like you can look at, compare against real-world outcomes. You're often comparing against kind of judgments that people make or evaluations and so on. So how do you kind of, refine and improve the process, validate it, I guess?
Yeah, I think that's what we were aiming for with the simulations. And we are actually using, we're not using our player estimates in those simulations. We're actually using what they really got that next season. And we are taking into account injuries and suspensions as they actually happen. So I suppose I hesitate to say that's as close as we can get to validation. As you say, it is really hard because sometimes I look at whether the value of the squad increased or not, but that's quite random, and it's very you're looking at 10 transfers that we made. So I'm not sure. I'm absolutely open to any suggestions if you've got any.
But I guess I'll say you presume you can go back a number of years.
Yeah.
So you could look at actual season outcomes.
Yeah, 100%. I think one thing I would like to do is do multiple seasons and multiple clubs. Optimise City's team, optimise Oldham's team, and see if we would get the same results across all seasons, across all teams. That would be really cool. And do have all the data for that. So yeah, thank you.
Great presentation. Assume for a moment each team in the Premier League or in the Championship applies your model.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be a zero-sum game? Everybody ending up with the same rank than before?
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure. It would be very interesting. I think you know, again, that is something maybe I could actually validate and test. You know, if we assume like City get first dibs on the optimization, you know, optimize City's team first, then go down the league all the way down to, you know, whoever finished 20th, and then simulate the season with those optimized teams. I think, you know, I think that would be really interesting. But you know, I think it depends what players each team is looking at, doesn't it? I'm not sure, you know, the players that Everton end up signing in the optimisation, you know, City obviously won't be looking at them. Maybe some clubs around Everton will be looking at a couple of those players in the optimisation. But yeah, you know, no definite answer, but we'll try and simulate that, I think, yeah.
This is probably dumb as hell, but I'm going to suggest it anyway. This never stopped me before. So suppose that you did this for every team in the way that Brent just suggested. I think it would be kind of interesting to look at which players are getting repeatedly chosen to optimize a squad.
Yeah.
And then I go to the players' agents and say, hey, look, here's evidence of the strength of the demand for your player.
Yeah. That's really, really interesting. Well, yeah, if I end up making any commission from this, I'll be passing it over to you.
Well, it's a groundbreaking research. I really like it, and it's one of the. You answer one of the most fundamental questions in football business: is how to run a football club. My question is very related to the previous two questions, because it's an optimization, but you take an approach based on the individual football team, while there are strategic elements, and there is it would be a completely different paper. There is context theory that look at these strategic elements, how the behavior of one club after the other club. It would be a completely different. And one of the things that could happen is what Bernd suggested, that if all the clubs decide in the similar ways, there's some zero gain. Another thing is that the price is not linear. So you make this simulation, and Everton, instead of ending up in the 17th position, they ended up in the 13th position. Who cares? 13th, 17th. The important difference is to, I don't know, not being relegated, getting a spot in the European Cup. So it's a very nice paper, but I think there is a strategic component here that is missing.
Okay, yeah. I think, I think you do, I'm not sure what the actual number is, but you do get more money each place in the Premier League, obviously. I know, having watched Everton finish 17th and, it coming down to the last day of the season, I know I would pray for a nice 13th finish, to be honest. But yeah, I suppose we could try and, I'm not sure what the actual number is, but let's say it's every 10 million for each position up the rankings, and then you could look at the weighting between how much you spend in the optimization versus how many positions up you could go. I think that would be quite cool to include, maybe. Yeah.
Yes, so it's a really great paper. So I'm just trying to complain about something. So two small questions, I guess. One is, the model is restricted to players already in the league, in the English league that you did. So if you're interested in hiring an Uruguayan or Argentinian player that are not in Europe at the time, can you incorporate them, because WhoScore doesn't have all the leagues in the world. So if you have a Michael Gonzalez from El Salvador, you won't see it. That's a constraint of the model. Am I correct?
Well, we actually have data for, I think it's 18 leagues off the top of my head. We've got Prem, the English leagues, Spanish, French, German, Italian, Brazilian, Argentinian, Turkish, Portuguese.
The ones in who score.
All the ones in who scored, basically, yeah. So, I mean, we do have 18 leagues, which I think is pretty good. Obviously, yeah, it would be great to have.
So, yeah, that is, as I said, it's just to complain. But my other question is, I was thinking about Eden Hazard when he went to Real Madrid.
Yeah.
When they hired him, if they had used this model, probably you would see this peak performance in Madrid. And the guy, for some reason, dedicated himself to work on his future retirement and he didn't want to play.
Yes.
So, can you incorporate some type of randomness in what may happen to certain players based on past behavior of top, middle, and maybe lower players?
Definitely. I think that was one thing I was thinking at first, was have the uncertainty, look at player ratings that player got, not just on that day, but, in the future, in the past. But I think in the end, like, what I did want was to try and just have the most adjacent sort of simulation, so taking their rating as close as possible to that day. For whatever reason, Hazard was slightly ill on this day, so he played quite poorly, and then if he was in Everton's team, he would still be slightly ill. So that was the idea, why I didn't include the uncertainty and just used as close as possible to that day. But yeah, I think maybe it would actually be better with uncertainty in it. Yeah.
So I'm afraid we are running out of time.
Sorry.
Thank you very much again.
Cool. Thank you.
So the final presenter is Cesar Mora.
Mr. Mora is going to start a presentation. Is Mr. Mora going to start his presentation? Okay. Well, we look forward to it. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your attention and for being here. For me, a pleasure as well. It's a new topic that, for me, I think that it's very important for public policy in country, in Peru and in Latin America in general. Since it's a field where we need more investment. But first of all, we need to understand why it is important doing sport activities or physical activity for adolescents, for youth, and population in general. So for this study is titled Sports Activities and Academic Performance in Peruvian Secondary School, Evidence from the 2019 Student Census Assessment. And here I analyze how having a sport facility in schools will help to improve or to enhance the academic performance for students on secondary school here in high school. This is the overview. First, introduction. We know that practicing sport is beneficial for physical and mental health. It's a very known topic, especially among adolescents and young people, because in this moment of life, adolescents and youth develop discipline, develop other kind of strong their emotions and everything else. It fosters discipline and helps prevent harmful activities, like substance use, risky behavior. We know everything that is very common in Latin America. However, according to the
19 Peruvian Education National Census, fewer than 30% of secondary schools have an adequate sport space. No? It's a very common problem here, particularly in public schools and private small schools. No? The students do not have adequate space to practice sports in the school. No? This is critical, and this lack may limit interdisciplinary and holistic development for this among the students. No? Well, but in many other topics, data availability is an important issue. No? Well, considering the data availability, the object of the research is to evaluate whether the availability of sport facilities and the promotion of physical activity in the school has an effect on students' academic performance. We know that in many countries, public policy is focused in the academic performance of the students. We have a problem with this because some students do not reach the acceptable level, such as in reading, mathematics, and science. No? This result will help support the urgent need for greater investment in the sector and the promotion of sports in schools, even in the neighborhood, and every aspect of the life. No? And moreover, there is a critical situation in learning incomes and even in public health indicators, no? Like non-communicable disease, no? For children and adolescents. We have here a very important issue. Not only 26% of adult Peruvians do physical activity, no? Like running or playing football. They call it pichangas, no? Here in Peru, or culbito, etc. No? Well, and we know that in schools, sports is not very structured. No? We have only some basic exercise like, okay, run around the field or run around this park. No? It's very basic, it's not structured. So it's more critical than it looks like. So we have some other information. People start to grow out of physical activity during adolescence. For instance, in Spain, this figure reached 41%, according to look at all 2019. Okay, so school, this is also an important issue. Some schools, even in Peru, have reduced the number of hours allocated to physical activity, no? Because they focus more in mathematics, in reading, etc. No? But we need to understand that they are complementary activities. We don't need to exclude or to reduce the hours, because physical education and sport is important, and we are going to discover why here. Okay, some theoretical framework, no, to explain how these variables, sports and academic performance, are related. First of all, Munoz et al. 2015, they indicate that sport practice promotes improvements in cognitive functioning, you know, and this is important for academic performance, self-discipline, internal locus of control, educational values, and the development of personal initiative. Social, as well as social relations, no? In case students' social acceptance, also reinforce their self-confidence in various areas, including academic. Others promotes focus and perseverance, and also is associated with greater happiness and reduced stress. Everything we need in a world like ours, nowadays. Other authors indicate that increased blood flow out to the brain leads to better outcomes in various domains, including motor skills, cognitive functions, related to executive brain functions required to solve mathematical problems. And also benefits memory and concentration. Here we have just a little summary of some studies that analyze this topic. They are very, yes, from 2013. It's a very recent studies. Some in US, Europe, some in Latin America, like in Chile. In Peru, we have one that was a thesis for the University of San Marcos in Peru, but it's only observational. And also we have some systematic review, mainly in USA. But in general, they indicate that sport is related with better academic performance, in math, in English, etc. But it is important to differentiate here that it depends on what kind of sport, how much time, everything else. We need to be aware of different details to study sports, sports practice. Here I have, I would like to show you a study, that is from Muñoz-Bullón, and they analyze how sports participation could improve academic performance, but we know that participating in sports is an endogenous variable, and a solution is to use an instrumental variable, like the number of sports groups per capita in the area. I found it very interesting to apply in next studies, in research. There is other model that is explain how school sports could, is related to academic achievement, like strengthening global self-esteem and value-weight perception. It's like a multi-level relation. Here is a summary of a systematic review, finding that most studies found an important relation between those variables. Yeah, this is a summary, we know everything. And now I would like to present the study, my study. Data availability is an issue, but we could make, we will investigate the availability of all facilities in schools. I know that this is not a very precise explanatory variable, but I found that it's important in other studies. The availability of sport facilities in schools could increase average academic performance in high school students at national level. Here is the proposal model. It's very simple. That's the outcome. This is the percentage of secondary students at satisfactory level according to the nationwide standardized census assessment, or in Spanish, Evaluación Censal de Estudiantes. In the school it is important to note that the analysis is at the school level, not the student. For math, reading, and science, it's like an indicator of academic performance in the school. The main explanatory variable, it's like a treatment, D is a treatment dummy variable which indicates if the school is. I ran different specifications considering that D is 1 if the school has at least one multi-purpose sport court, or 0 in other case, or in other equation, other estimation, P is equal to 1, it has at least other kinds of sport facilities like football fields, coliseum, gym balls. It's not common, no? But I think that it would be nice to analyze it. Other variable is if the school applies 3 or more hours per week for physical education, and other is if the school have organized a school sport competition. It's like an indicator of promoting a sport in the school. And the X is a vector of school characteristics such as number of students, section, teachers, equipment, different characteristics, or variables. Okay, what is a multi-purpose sport court? Here in Peru, it's called the Losa Deportiva. No? It's a very basic infrastructure, like a field to play football, to play volleyball, or to play basketball. No? It's very common because it does not require a great investment. No? And other kind of sport facilities, coliseum gyms that are not common. They are available mainly in big private schools. No? Okay. So the question is how the availability of an infrastructure like this in the school will affect the academic performance. No? Well, maybe you are asking, okay, but this is not random. No, the availability is not random. Okay, a school with sport facilities or other characteristics could differ widely from the ones with no facilities, because of size, because of if it is private or public, or if it's located in the urban or rural area. Okay, so if we did not consider this endogeneity, we will obtain bias estimators. No? Well, the solution, one of the proposed solutions is to apply the entropy balancing method. It's like an improved score matching method. No? Proposed by Kai Mueller in 2012. It's an experimental method for causal inference that not automate too much observation and use estimated weights. No? It's stronger compared to other methods like propensity score or something similar. Okay, this method uses covariates to define a reweighted control group to get similar moments. I mean, the mean, variance, and skewness between treatment and control groups. And after weights are fitted, we can run a simple regression like OLS. Well, which are the covariates to define the weighted control group? Yeah, I found that those variables are the most used in research, like the management type of the school, public, private, geographic area, number of total students or sections, teacher, computer equipment, total area of the school, number of learners, internet. As we see, all those indicators are related to the size and all the resource available at the school, because they could have an influence in the academic performance as well. Okay, the data only two main sources. First of all, the nationwide standardized census assessment or evaluación censal de estudiantes, with information of the percentage of secondary students with satisfactory results, as well as average grade in a standardized national test for math, reading, and science. This is a very famous and important data source for education research. And this one, Education National Census, or Censo Educativo, with information on location, equipment, sport facilities, education community, and other relevant characteristics in the school. Okay, a basic summary here. Dependent variables, this one, I run different regression for different indicators of Y, that are related to academic performance. These are the percentage of the student reaching satisfactory level in reading, math, and science. As we can see, these percentages are very low. Are very low. It means that only around 50% of the students, of secondary students here in Peru, reach a satisfactory level in standardized tests. It's critical. Whereas here the standardized score, well, 0 in math, reading, etc. The treatment variables, I mean the D, the 4 Ds are percentage with at least one multiple score chord, other type of support facility. Here we have the information. Around only 25% or 10% is also very low. And the covariables for balance, the percentage public score, rural areas, number of secondary students, etc. Okay, and first result for the dependent variable that is a dummy for having it's Y for all those indicators, the 6 indicators that I show here, indicators that are related to academic performance. For the treatment that has at least one multipurpose score chord, we find significant impacts for satisfactory level reading and HTD score for science. It's not too much, it's not clear at all. It looks like just having a multiple score could increase the percentage of satisfactory level, satisfactory percentage of students reaching this level in reading, on the reading. For the second treatment, has at least one other type of sport facility, that are more complex, like the gene, the tool, etc. Results are quite higher. In every single indicator. It's very interesting. So it means that having this sport facility and control about everything else, even they have an impact, a positive impact. For the third treatment, if the school offers 3 or more hours of physical education per week, well, we see here negative impact. According to literature, it depends, because if the school offers too much time for sports activities, it will affect negatively the academic performance, because students invest more time doing sport instead of studying. So we need to find an equilibrium level of hours. Okay. Finally, the treatment, they have organized a sport competition. Okay, it means that the school promotes sport activities, and physical activities. So the results are also positive in most of the indicators. Well, and I would like also to show you an heterogeneous effect between public and private schools, because it is important to implement policy, to get policy implications, mainly for the public policy here in the country. Okay, we only apply the same model, but with an interaction between the treatment and anatomy for public. This means that the positive effects of have a one multipurpose sport court is positive and greater, even higher, for public schools. So it means that public schools are in a situation where they can have a benefit from investing in this kind of multi-purpose sports court. For have and lead one other type of sport facility, the coefficients are negative for public, but does it not mean that having this is negative for school? Just this only means that the effect is smaller than for public school is smaller than the effect for private ones. You know, it has a positive, but if we need to choose one investment, at the moment it would be better to start with this kind, with multi-purpose, because this is costly as well. And having 3 or more hours of physical education, here we found that for public schools, this is positive for reading. You know? And if have organized sport competition is also higher for public schools compared to private ones. So, conclusions. Engaging in sports during adolescence and youth brings benefit to mental health, motor skill, personal discipline, etc. A school with sport facilities for those that promote physical activity could have a positive impact on secondary students' academic performance. More physical education per week could slightly reduce standardized scores, but do not affect the percentage of the student achieving satisfactory level in tests. And nevertheless, in public schools, the students could benefit more from multi-purpose sports courts. 3 or more physical education hours per week increase percentage of the students with satisfactory level in reading compared to the schools with less hours, just only in reading. Promoting competition in the school is related with higher standardized scores. All these implications, okay, increasing investments in sport facilities and promoting physical activity is strongly recommended. Here is evidence for this. No, it's not only a fact or something we read in media. No, there is evidence of that. And particularly in public schools, a first local investment should be the introduction of multi-purpose sports schools. No? As we see here, only 25% of the schools in the country, or secondary schools, I mean, have this facility. So there is a big space to invest. In the case of physical education curricula, should be revisited in terms of hours per week and even other relevant aspects to achieve an optimal equilibrium. I mean, to find the optimal hours of physical education in the school. No? Because this could be particularly beneficial for public schools. And finally, institutional benefits. No? Schools that perform well in physical and academic activities will increase reputation. No? I am in a school and the students are good in academic courses as well as in sports. It increased reputation. No? In research agenda, well, we need to investigate effects at the student level. No? We need data for that. So we need to promote the generation of data for at the student level. Which types of sports and what amount are needed to achieve these positive impacts. Also, it's important to examine how students access to sport activities in terms of infrastructure, time, resource, training, supervision. Consider heterogeneous effects by sex. No? Maybe for girls or for boys, the effects are different. Also, to investigate if the effects are sustainable in the medium or long run. some reference, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for an interesting presentation.
Thank you.
The floor is open. Okay, thank you for the presentation. Just a very quick question. Okay, thank you. Are you using a cross-sectional database?
Yeah, it's all just for 1 year. Huh?
Yeah, because my concern is to control for the heterogeneity at the level of the school. Well, if it's not possible, it's not possible. But if you could get different years and you could introduce fixed effects for the schools, it would be a nice contribution. Yeah.
Thank you for your suggestion.
Thank you for your presentation. The education department each year chooses some school to have physical education teachers, sport teachers, and they publish it every year because they transfer resources to hire those teachers. So maybe something you can do later is ask for that data to the education department and try to see if being assigned a sport teacher also helps to do this.
Yeah, it's important. Currently I am thinking in other variables that are not public, but we need to ask for the administrator. But if we ask for this, we could get access.
That's public information. They should provide it.
Yeah, but it's not in the...
No, it's not.
Okay, yeah, it's a public information. We need to...
Maybe you can use it too.
Yeah.
Because at first, when I was thinking about that comment, I said, but you're talking about infrastructure. But then you also use how many hours of physical education they have, so you can grow if you want.
I ran a regression for the number of physical education teachers, but it was not significant. No? But I think that I need to analyze a little bit more.
Great presentation. I guess a bit related to one's question, but you know, depending on the area of the school, absent students might be important, and well, you don't have like a panel or something to do fixed effects or something like that, but maybe what you have is some information about income or basic needs or some development related indicator of the surrounding areas of the school, because that would proxy for many things that you know in these countries matter in terms not just of the, because you are capturing really what the school has on the students that go to school, and the surroundings in many public schools in particular matter. I think they matter a lot. So maybe some kind of control for income or some income in the area, you know, can be helpful.
Thank you. Yeah, I know that it's important, and that's why I try to use this non-experimental method, with trying to control for that kind of, but surrounding are important. I know that maybe the school, the characteristics of the school are very related to surrounding.
If I understand it correctly, your data comes from two different sources.
Yes.
And I think you should make that argument stronger, because you are arguing with causal effects. And clearly this is not possible given the nature of the data. It's cross-sectional. However, if the data comes from two different sources, that can help you to avoid the standard critique. You are using cross-section data, and therefore you cannot interpret your effects as causal. It's just correlations, sure, but since the data is not from one and the same survey, I think that helps to
let's say, calm down the weight of this criticism?
Yeah, but they are not like different sources or survey because they are both sources are from the Ministry of Education. But this is public in the webpage, and for this one with the information of the result, we only have to ask for this information. But the Ministry of Education in Peru manages both of them and have information for each school in the country. You know? So I guess that it could be that this could be a big problem. But it's important to take into account. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with everyone. This is a very interesting and important topic to study. I have one sort of methodological kind of question and then two presentational issues. The methodological is, as I understand what you call treatments, they're not mutually exclusive. So I would include all four of them in a single regression because they're not mutually exclusive. Okay? That's a simple thing to do. The more presentational issues are, and this is just a purely language issue. You say second grade secondary students, and to my American ear, second grade means maybe 5 or 6, 7 years old, and secondary students are high school students and would be 13, 14, 15. And so it's confusing what the group is. Purely language.
Yeah.
The second of the presentational issues is the coefficient sizes. I would love to see them related to the mean values in the form of an elasticity or something, so that I understand what that 0.7 means relative to the baseline.
Yeah, okay. This is what maybe I didn't mention. This is a percentage, between 0 and 100. Yeah, it's very small. But I know that it could be better to present it in terms of elasticity. Very nice. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation, Cesar. When you talk about the determinants of the quality of education, I cannot stop thinking where is the teacher's quality.
Yeah.
When these kids have all the materials on time, the quality of the principal, and those three variables you have there. Explain me how you control that to say that having more sports infrastructure will lead to have better reading scores. That's one. And the second that I was thinking is, as you may know, the teachers and the principals choose their schools. And probably the better teachers and better principals choose better schools. And it could make sense that they choose better schools with better infrastructure. How do you control that in your study?
Yeah, it's a good question. I didn't do that because, I will need more information in the quality of the teacher and principals. And I know that there is a big space to improve. But it's like a first version of this research. I am planning to extend this and having considering all your important feedback. So I would like to talk a little bit more with you. We will have a big experience in this ministry. Thank you very much.
So one final question. We are already eating up our coffee break.
Yeah, I think it's more like a suggestion for your next paper to consider two variables. Number one is the influence between academic desertion and students' absence between the schools that have sports infrastructure and the hours they spend in doing sports, and the schools that don't have a sports infrastructure. It influences because in Central America and Guatemala we have a story that is relation in that, and the public schools that have multi-sports have less desertion than the ones that don't have. And the absence, students want to go to school when they have this kind of spaces. So it influences in the education, it impacts the education in Latin America, and I guarantee in every country in the world. So it's a suggestion that to include or analyze these two variables.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yo estoy acá. Buenas.
Pero no había deporte, profesor, con la educación, el análisis económico, más porque vivo, currículo, sí, quedó claro.
Igual, sobre todo para poder acceder a más información que es interna. Porque como, bueno, en realidad es como yo sé que hay muchas más es un poco limitado, al menos quería saber si realmente las cosas que utilizan se responden.
James, whenever you want, because
Oh, let's just start then. I can do. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you to the organisers. Thank you, Jorge, for keeping me in the loop and very generously inviting me. Obviously, I was delighted to be here, as Dennis mentioned, for the first Latin American Sports Economics Conference a couple of years ago in Bogotá. It was a wonderful experience. It's been wonderful being here as well, so thank you. Everyone for being here, and a great set of presentations so far as well. I was very thankful to Brad yesterday for helping me along a little bit with my talk, and it will probably become clear as we go along how the ways in which Brad helped me in setting up my talk. Ben's not back in the room yet, but Ben, as I said, Ben probably should be doing the keynote, given the amount of information he tried to compress into a short talk earlier on. But as it is, you have me. Now, as you can see, my affiliation is the University of Reading, but I'm much more at home with my other affiliation that's appeared since I was in Bogotá, and that's my team, which is Oldham Athletic. They play at a ground called Boundary Park in Oldham, that's northeast Manchester. It's about 5 miles from Manchester City, it's about 8 miles from Manchester United, so it's within a hotbed of footballing activity. You can see it isn't the biggest stadium in the world. It's a lower division team, as I said to Ben. It's a crap team, excuse the use of language.
You say that at home too?
What do you say about advisory meetings?
There's lots worse language in those meetings. But no, so we were founder members of the Premier League in 1992, but then what happened after that was a steady decline of 34 years without a sniff of a promotion and 4 relegations, which put us in what's called the National League in English football, the 5th division, where who scored doesn't even provide data, unfortunately. But then over the last 18 months or so, I've been really fortunate to develop a lot of relationships with people at the club in different roles at the club, but specifically related to recruitment and the use of analytics. So I've really developed an awful lot of work over the last year and a half, and that kind of feeds into this talk. And I'm pleased, it's entirely a correlation, so I'm pleased that on the 1st of July I could go along with my daughter to Wembley Stadium for the National League playoff final. This is Oldham, that's Southend United, that's 52,000 people for a 5th division game in England, and I'm even more happy that that happened, that we managed to win the game. It was one of the most horrific football matches I've ever watched in my entire life. And again, I go back to ideas about the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis. I'm really not sure about it. It was a 3-2 win. It was one of the most uncertain matches you can probably imagine, 3-2 in extra time. But we were losing for most of the match, and as a result it was, at the moment we were winning, of course you then want the game to stop. So I'm still really not sure about the concept of the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis, but nonetheless, that gives you a little bit of an introduction to where I will come at you from. And so, given that introduction, what I'm going to talk about essentially is a question that I kind of nicked from Ben's colleague Ian McHale, which is, who is the best? I've seen a number of Ian's talks over the years. It's inspired me a lot with a lot of his fantastic work. And you saw some sense of that in the fantastic work that Ben produced earlier on in his talk. But Ian always comes along and says, well, who's the best? And you kind of think, well, it seems like a bit of a trivial question. Who really cares about who is the best? It's the kind of thing you talk about with your friends in the pub, rather than a real economic question that we should be sitting down and digging into at a serious academic conference like this. But of course, it's not just people in the pub that have this discussion, it's the recruitment teams at football clubs. They have the discussions amongst themselves, based on some set of information, and then have the discussions with the chief executive or the director of football, whoever it is that's above them in terms of the responsibility of recruitment and also retention, so back to squad optimisation that Ben was talking about earlier on. So it's not just asked by us as fans. Increasingly, again, as Ben's talk really beautifully emphasised, it's a data question. There's so much data out there now, unbelievable amounts of data in football, way more than can possibly be used, way more than can possibly be understood by those who are making the decisions in the game, which obviously is a great opportunity for us as those with the data skills and with the other skills associated with using data. Finally, it's just what I'm on that. One of the things I did want to kind of say as a keynote, as part of a keynote talk, is that we always have this question when we're doing our research of, is this economics? How can I justify this as economics? Is it relevant as well? And my experience over the last 18 months is that emphatically both questions are answered in the positive. All of the kinds of research that we've had presented to us today, I would say, is of interest to the decision makers at clubs. Salary dispersion that Dennis was talking about, and all sorts, even questions of facilities in the talk just before the break, because the proactive club ownership, sports club ownership, wants to know about the best ways to make better decisions. Now, of course, not all sports clubs are owned by those who want to do better. Many are very badly owned. Everton is an example of a club that arguably has been badly owned, badly run for many years. The point is that there's real world interest in the kinds of questions that we're asking, and also they're all economics as well. So when you go and dig into a load of analytics data, you think, well, this is fun to look at all these fun, interesting different parts of the game. You've got hundreds of millions of data points for each football match. And it's really fun to look at the different things that are going on there. Is it economics? Well, of course it's economics, because this is information that's then going to feed into the strategic decision making by actors in games, in fiercely competitive environments all around the world. So it's a hugely economic question, a hugely valuable question. Another thing that I've learned, especially over the last year and a half, I've always believed this, which is you have to ask the questions. Okay? So if you get the opportunity to talk to people at your team, or somewhere near your team, or somewhere in the game, just ask the question. The worst thing they can say is not interested, or just ignore you, but you might as well go ahead and ask the question, can I help you? Are there ways in which I can get involved and help you with the decisions that you're making at the club? And the other question, the other bit of advice I would give you is also aim big as well. And this is a bit of a feature of Oldham Athletics CEO. He said to me, we were discussing a strategy about talking to another organisation, and I said, well, maybe we start small, we start with this small bit of collaboration, and then there's this big idea that we can build up to. And he said, no, go big, and then maybe we'll work down to something smaller. And why not go big? When I had my first conversation with Oldham's CEO, I compared all sorts of stuff. I could help you with attendance demand modelling, maybe something in the club shop, sales of the jerseys and all this kind of stuff. And he got on the call and he said, James, I want you to help me with recruitment. And of course, to me, that's obviously it's a wonderful thing to hear, and obviously a big responsibility. But again, why not aim big? Why not start big and ask the big questions? So that's a bit of a side introduction to all of this. Recruitment in clubs relies on systems of player ratings. Who is the best? Historically, it's been in the minds of the scouting team, the recruitment team, who will have networks of scouts watching games. It'll be a judgment, in the minds, a judgmental type analysis. And as we know, increasingly, it's the use of laptops of club analysts, and that's where we're coming in here. And so, to kind of structure the analysis, what I've stuck here is kind of a bit of an idea about what a player rating will be. Excuse the awful title. In my mind, a player rating is going to be something like, and it appears to me this is what people do, provide some kind of simplified bit of information as you could possibly find, a number per player. Okay, so here's an example of a number per player. A guy called Malachi Fagan Walcott at York City gets a 75. Someone else called Chris Farino Joseph at Bolton gets a 74.7. Christopher Power at Birmingham City. Don't tell Ian if you don't mind, Ben, but he gets 72.6. Okay, and that's a number, right? What does it even mean? It reflects all sorts of other stuff that's gone into it. Vast amounts of information. It's a huge reduction of information, first of all. And the big question there is, well, what time period does it even relate to? It's a number that's been produced this summer, and what time period does it relate to? Should it be an entire season, or should it be, in my mind, and this is a completely incomprehensible chart, but in my mind, surely a player rating involves something about the evolution of a player. Okay, so this is actuarial studies graduate from the University of Essex, Mike Fonda, turned a professional footballer, scored 20 goals for Oldham last season. This is his entire stats bomb career. He played for lots of other teams before this. This was when he played for a team in red. This is when he played for Burton Albion, Hartlepool United, and then Oldham for 3.5 years. Because reliability, Ben talked about, and with one number, what does that tell me about how reliable that player is? Even if they're playing, how reliable are they in terms of their performance? And what you might get from this, the big blobs are that single number, that headline performance. Little blobs are essentially characteristics of the performance. So to give you a kind of a rough idea of how I've observed these kinds of numbers being constructed by analysts in the game at the moment, is essentially I want this number for a player. I've got loads of metrics. I've got XG per player at a season at a club. I've got passes complete. I've got aerial duels won. I've got all sorts of other bits of information about this player. And the first thing that I do is I standardise them somehow. Mostly it's just simply turning it into a percentile, so it's not taking care of the variation around the mean at all. And then I'm looking at it now, so I'm looking at this summer, and then I've got some kind of time period, so I've given that tau to simplify it's not the same thing. Is it last season? Is it last season for a particular team? Because maybe this player played for two teams. I need to take care of the fact that he was at two different teams with very different playing styles. So we've got that. What we do with those metrics is we put together a set of categories. These could be finishing chances, these could be chance creation, aerial ability, defensive ability, and so on. So you have a set of categories. And then finally, you have a set of position-specific player ratings as a weighted sum of those individual categories, where, of course, the goalkeeper, you don't care about their finishing ability because, well, they're not going to do doing much finishing on the field. And so you get a number out of all of this. A number for a whole season. Usually that's what, at least is what it's the first stage of a recruitment process. And even if you've got a number, what does it mean in terms of, well, context? Ben made the point in his book, his paper with, recent paper at 2024 with Ian McHale, is a really good paper on providing context. I kind of hinted at it with the first picture, which is, well, sorry, back to the left. Well, this is a bit of context, right? Which club and which division they're playing in is a start. But more than that, doesn't it matter, surely? It could be that this guy, he played a bunch of games, so he played 16 games for Bolton, but it could be he only played in their easier matches, rather than their tougher matches. So we actually want to control for his own team, the relative quality of his own team, relative to the opponents that he was playing against at any particular point in time. And Ian McHale and Ben Holmes' paper looks specifically at the matchup between particular opponents, which is obviously the ideal. So now you want to know how a player is doing against particular types of opponents. So, as a long-winded introduction, a player rating number needs some kind of context. And what I'm going to say, and it kind of fits in my mind of of a coherent system that doesn't yet exist. Ben's system is wonderful because it exists and it's there, and he's going to show me how I can optimize for all of them later on. But my system doesn't yet necessarily exist. But what I want is context for these player ratings. Context that doesn't bombard the poor guys at Oldham who don't know anything about statistics with loads more information. I want to be a coherent system that all kind of comes together and makes sense. And so in my mind, what I want is I want a team rating system that then builds into my player rating system. And so that's what I'll talk about for a bit. Team rating systems are a really simple way of doing team ratings, a few adaptations of it. Think you're evaluating it, which comes to Brad's bookmaker's betting prices from yesterday. And I'm going to think a little bit about player ratings, which obviously is what the title is all about. So I apologise for misleading you now, because we'll spend quite a bit of time on team rating systems rather than player rating systems. We're going to be quantitative, so just to kind of set out one of the important steps along the way is, as Dennis pointed out yesterday, there's a draw in football, as we all know. Kissing your sister, was it? Was that what it was? Yeah. And there's a draw, which sometimes is good, sometimes is bad. I don't know how that fits in with kissing your sister, nonetheless. There you go. And you've got to have some way of taking care of that. You've got to have a categorical variable of some sort that both has a 0 for you lose, a 1 for you win, and something for your draw. And that could be 0, 1, 2, minus 1, 0, plus 1. This is 0.5 and 1, mainly because it helps with the system that I'm mainly going to work with, which is ELO ratings. ELO ratings, well known to many who are quantitative and use sport, developed for chess in the 1970s by a chap, Arpad Elo, developed and used in all sorts of other sports ever since. They assign a strength to each participant in a contest. Team I, or individual I, and individual J, have their strengths R at time T, and those strengths are used to create a prediction using an logarithmic scale. And then that prediction is between 0 and 1 from Team I's perspective, and it's 1 minus the prediction from Team J's perspective. And you see already there's no draw in there, and we'll come back to that later on. You've got a prediction, you've got an outcome, and then your rating adjusts. So I've got my rating for Team I at time T plus 1 is whatever their rating was, plus the difference between what happened and what we predicted to happen, and this thing called a K factor, an adjustment factor. And there's all sorts embodied in this seemingly very simple system. But the very simple point is that it weights, well, you have a bigger adjustment to your rating, the bigger is the gap between what happened and what was expected to happen. So it weights unexpected results more heavily, which means, of course, it weights weak results more heavily, as well as results that might tell you that a stronger team has a rating below what it should be. And so there's loads of stuff, and we'll talk about it in a few moments, about how to choose this optimal K. We're just going to talk a little bit through ELO ratings. I use this not because you care about what Oldham Athletic were doing in 1907. It's just because this gives you an idea of how ELO ratings work and how they might work. So this is Oldham's first recorded match on a big soccer database. Soccer-based is an FA Cup match in 1907, which they won 5-0 against Kidderminster. It's their first match, so they get an ELO rating of 1,000. Kidderminster played one match previously, or at least 1-2 matches, and their rating is 990. That means that Oldham are ever so slightly favourites for this game, but they win 5-0. That probably reflects the fact that there was all sorts of other games going on. In fact, Oldham have been playing games since 1895. Kidderminster surely has, but the data is what this rating system is based on. And so, given that, you probably want some system that enables you to, as best as possible, as early as possible in the appearance of a team, try and enable the system to quickly update to what the true strength of a team is. Oldham won the game, then faced some team called Liverpool in their second match. Liverpool with a much higher ELO rating, 1,211, and so therefore an ELO prediction of 0.24. And perhaps unsurprisingly, given Liverpool were strong favourites, they won the game, but only 1-0. So perhaps again, Oldham were not quite as weak as this might suggest. I put probabilities here for the home win, the draw, and the away win. I'll come back to them, but you can see that at point 24 equates to a 24% chance of a home win, of a 50% chance of an away win. So they were heavy favourites, but they won 1-0. From 1907, Oldham entered the Football League, and they were playing much more regularly. And what that meant is that very soon their ELO rating was adjusting up and down to a new kind of level, reflecting the fact that they'd won lots of games but lost a few games. You then carry on doing that for the entire length of time that teams existed. So you're starting back over here in the 1800s, through to the present day. In principle, you've got a system that enables you to compare not just between teams, Oldham aren't as good as Newcastle, Man United, or Man City, who knew, but in principle over time as well. So you know, was this team in the 1960s the worst team in Oldham Athletics history? How would we compare the current United team with their peak? So in principle, we can compare through time as well as across teams. So that's ELO ratings in a nutshell. There's also lots of other things I can talk to you about in terms of getting through my talk. We can come back to them if need be. That's the basic method. There are websites that use ELO ratings. There's a website called Club ELO. Opta produced what's called a Power Index. Opta's Power Index is based on their own ELO rating system. FIFA's rankings are based on an ELO rating system. FIFA's ELO ratings weight the World Cup final as the most important match in the world, which obviously it is. And that hints at something, which is maybe that adjustment factor should be more for games that matter more. Okay, so we have, say, a baseline of K is 10, but we increase it for the matches that matter more, the World Cup final. And in the context of domestic football, of course, the league matters more than cup competitions. So maybe we should weight the league, the Premier League, and league matches more than cup competitions. And that seems like an intuitive idea, except one of the purposes potentially of a system like this ELO system is, and I guess just to go back, one of the real kind of things that we might want to use it for is to compare competitions. So these are the top level of competitions in England, so the top 8 divisions at different points in time, the mean ELO rating in these divisions. Because we might want to compare how good our divisions relative to each other. We might be thinking about a player who's in the Championship, or a player that's in League 1, or in League 2, or the National League. And we want to know how good those divisions are relative to our division in terms of where these players are. And of course, if you're recruiting on the international market, you might want to know, well, where does the Peruvian league sit relative to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th division in England. And so if that's your objective, because after all, within a competition, you've got the league table which tells you how good a team is. The potential value of something like an ELO rating system is in enabling you to give that context between divisions, between even countries. And so what I've got here is, the black one here is the Scottish Championship. So obviously we're in England. Within the UK, we can recruit from the Scottish Championship. And so the question is, how good is the Scottish Championship relative to the English Championship in red, and the National League and League 2 in blue and green? And if we didn't use any European Cup competitions, what you'd find with this is that, because obviously the Scottish teams all play each other, and the English teams all play each other, we have a weird system where we don't have any kind of cross within the UK, you'd find that the Scottish Championship looked much better than the English divisions. But once you allow European competitions, and even upweight them relative to league competitions, you get a different picture. And Oldham's manager is a Scot, and he was quite interested in this. And in his mind, so I mean, this goes back to my question to Ben earlier on, is how do you evaluate this? How do I know this is the right way to do it versus some other way to do it? In his mind, this made more sense. In his mind, the Scottish Championship is about League 2, National League level. And that's what this says, because the average level of teams in the Scottish Championship, the black line, is about the same as the National League and League 2 in England. But the point is, therefore, maybe we should actually upweight cup games rather than downweight them, because they're not what we focus on more. Opta's power index, what they do is they actually have an ELO rating for the team within a division, the country, and the continent, to allow each ELO rating to adjust by matches. So if it's a Club World Cup game, the team's own ELO rating within their own division will move, as will the continent ELO rating. So that's a way in which the Opta Power Index factors in the fact that cup matches give you a load more information about how good teams are around the world in the case of the Club World Cup, much more than you would ever get in any domestic match, because you can't get it because you're not getting teams from all around the world playing each other. And there's a bunch of other methods or adaptations that we might use. The home team wins more often than the away team, we all know that. So we might add in a home advantage factor when we're calculating the ELO rating system. That's the difference between the two teams and their strengths. We might add in a home advantage term, which would need to then work out what it would be, and the rest of the slide is all about a method to calculate what that should be based on historical home strengths of teams. We might vary that K factor with the amount of experience a team has. And so Kowalczyk, in a paper in 2016, proposed this K factor for tennis players. Start of their career, they have a much higher factor. So their rating is updated much more quickly, so that in principle it gets to what their true strength is much more quickly. Now what that does is it destroys the zero-sum nature of ELO ratings. So if K is the same for both teams, then the amount of points that one team gets, the other team loses. And if you propose that a young team gets more of an adjustment than an older team, then we're breaking that zero-sum nature. We might introduce inflation into the system. Nonetheless, what we do as a potential adaptation is we add in that we triple a club's adjustment factor for its first few matches, but that falls down quite quickly, so that on a club's 200th match, it's essentially 1. Over the summer recruitment period, as Bert presented, clubs buy players. So we might then want to look at the potential that first few matches of a new season, a team has a different strength, and we want the system to quickly adapt. This decay factor allows the rating to be twice what it should be, so the adjustment to be twice what it should be in the first few matches of the season, but by the 15th match, that is settled down. So to give you an idea what that kind of looks like, if these were 60-match seasons, and here's the club's first match in its first season in its existence, the first few matches are getting a big weighting as the system works out how good they are, and then there's a couple of additional jumps at the start of each season when there might be a change in the recruitment patterns for that team. Point of all this is that there's loads of potential ways in which we might adapt the system, try to make it better, because there are things that we see that we think might help to improve a system. We've got a decay factor. If teams don't play for a while, or players don't play for a while, can we add in some kind of decay so their rating falls with time if they're not playing games? We could factor in the goal difference in matches as well. And so what I've done in this talk is I've done all of these different adaptations with a very limited set of parameterizations. There's an infinite number of different ways in which we could do this, and there isn't enough time in the world to go through them all. But nonetheless, we've had a little bit of a go at it. And the final point is one that I mentioned earlier on, that the draw exists. And so, how are we going to deal with the fact that the draw exists? The draw outcome is 0.5 in that outcome variable, but what are we going to do with our ELO system, especially if you want to evaluate it, because the draw happens, and therefore there are 3 outcomes rather than the 2 that the ELO system gives you. We could use rules of thumb. We could say that, well, basically 0.5 is, ELO prediction of 0.5 is basically saying the draw is most likely, and so we could use some kind of rule of thumb. We also want something that we use in this context to be simple, right? Because one of the real values of the ELO rating system is its incredible simplicity. You could get an Excel spreadsheet. I get some of my students on my sports economics modules to do that. You get an Excel spreadsheet, you can calculate ELO ratings there. It's really simple. And so you don't necessarily want something that's really complicated. But we do want, and the home advantage has changed over time as well, we do want our system to be half decent. So what we do, or what I've done in this presentation for most of the stuff that you'll see, is I've used a rolling regression method where I've had a training sample of estimating a logistic model, logistic regression, over the past 5 years, and then forecast 1 year ahead. So each time you see a probability, so here's an example of a bunch of probabilities from the last game of last season. When you see these probabilities, they are actually probabilities in the sense of forecasts, in the sense that they're made without the game having already happened. If I was to run a logistic regression on all my data and look, here's my fitted values, it'd be great to look at that probability, but it wouldn't be a probability that was made before that match actually occurred, so it wasn't a real forecast. So I wasn't really playing the game fairly, if you like. But that's the way in which we develop probabilities of a home win, of a draw, and of an away win. And the other thing to point out in terms of doing that is that this method, adding a logistic regression model to get a probability of a home win, draw, and away win, will correct for some biases in the system, in the ELO ratings that are produced. One that springs to mind is that home bias, because it's going to therefore generate a home win probability that reflects the fact that over time, home teams win more often than away teams. And if you look at this most of the time, you get a sense that that's actually happening. The home win forecasts are higher than the away win forecasts. So that's team ratings. And I'm going to skip past this actually. There's a whole wealth of stuff out there, and many people have done lots of work on different ways of rating teams, on different ways to think about goal arrival, to measure the goals scored by teams, think about that to get attacking and defensive strengths of teams, and take advantage of the home advantage. And this is kind of the Dixon-Kroll's method, hugely well known within, certainly within sports forecasting. I'm going to skip past it, and I will produce those kinds of forecasts, but my focus really is on the ELO system, for better or worse for the moment. As said, we've got other candidate ELO systems, Opta, Power Index, and Club ELO. You can download really useful data sets to look at how good those rankings have been over time. This website, if you're interested. And in terms of if we're thinking about evaluating how good these systems are, we can look at them in their own right. We can think about questions like, well, how big are the forecast areas, etc. But a really good alternative system, a really good metric for how good is my model forecasting outcomes, is to look against bookmaker prices. The economics literature, sports economics literature, is replete with so many papers that have done this and found, as Brad really effectively conveyed yesterday, that betting prices are really pretty good predictors. Pretty hard to beat as well. So, we've got to the point where we're thinking about what the resulting ELO rating systems might look like. And how are we going to evaluate them? Well, one thing is to have a little look at them and think, do they look about right? Do they look good? Eyeball the data. And this is the Opta Power Index. It's implied ranking of top teams. Club ELO. You see that they really do agree an awful lot. Their top 5 is locked in between the both of them. This is my base, very simple set of ELO ratings where you just simply have a 10 adjustment factor for every kind of game, no other kinds of factors. This full system adds in those 2 decaying weights for that club starting to exist and the start of each season, and also up weights cut matches. The major difference between those 2 things you can probably see is something like Paris Saint-Germain. Now, there aren't as many Paris Saint-Germain PSG games in my data set as there are Liverpool, Arsenal, Man City, Aston Villa and so on. And that's why, as a result, from the base, they get an 85 because they've had less time to pick up ELO scores and become as good as they actually are. So if I then allow them to do better by giving them that up weight at the start of when they enter my data set, they're starting to look a lot better, up to 14th place. And actually, I use Celtic within this as my own measure of how plausible a rating system is. Because in principle, this has loads of teams from all around Europe and even all around the world now, but only a few matches, certainly for a country like Peru relative to England. Celtic come out, because Scotland's had lots of football as well over the years, Celtic come out as the fourth best team in this base. And obviously that's wildly implausible. No one in their right mind would say, oh, Celtic, the fourth best team in the world. And this is a really important point, I think, that I'm going to emphasise at this stage, is that if I then go to Oldham Athletic and say, hey guys, I've got this wonderful new set of ratings, here's the top 10 teams, and Celtic are in fourth place, they, you know, obviously they'd rightly just say, well, who is this idiot that's come along and, you know, crunched his numbers. And so I would go along and I'd present maybe this one, and I'd actually like to work on it, because in this one Celtic are about the 30th best team in the world, which is still far too high. They come out at about 70th or 80th or 90th in the Opta and Club Elo ratings. But as you'll see in a second, in fact I'll just jump there now, as you'll see in a second, when it comes to things, really standard measures of forecast accuracy, like mean forecast errors, mean squared forecast errors, this is the mean squared forecast error. So I'm taking the difference between what happened and what was predicted to happen, squaring it. So it's a very well used measure of forecast accuracy. There's my base, 0.23. And I do all sorts of other things with it. You know, all these decaying things, home advantage, etc., etc. And my best one gets me to 0.228. So it gets me 0.02. It makes almost no difference. And bookmakers are better, which, you know, we kind of expect. All these kinds of little adaptations make almost no difference. And so based on this, I'd say, well, is there all that much point in all this effort, developing more, you know, spending time now, you know, response services, thinking about different parameterizations, when I've put this stuff in and I've got literally no gain in terms of, you know, standard measures of forecast accuracy. Yet, you know, and yet it makes quite a big difference in terms of the resulting ranking and the plausibility of it. And so to what extent is the plausibility more important than the metrics, especially when you're thinking about the use of these kinds of methods out there in the real world and convincing people out there in the real world, making decisions at Premier League clubs, Championship clubs, top league clubs in your country. What is the right measure? And even is something like measuring against how good bookmaker prices are. How appropriate is that as a measure? Because we've already talked about the fact that bookmakers are incredibly efficient. Is that necessarily the objective that we should go for? I'm not totally sure I have an answer to that, because at the end of the day, the purpose of these ratings isn't necessarily to forecast individual match outcomes. It's to have a context for these player ratings. Nonetheless, of course, as with that EO system, it's built on the difference between what happens and what was predicted to happen. The EO ratings are built on creating and evaluating forecasts, essentially. And we've got loads of matches. I've not given you a summary statistics table, my apologies for that, but you can get a sense of the number of matches that I'm using, even not including enough matches from around the world. And while I'm here, I'd love to make an appeal. Jorge's provided me with a wonderful data set of Argentinian football matches back to the 1930s. And what I'd love is to actually have as many football matches as I can on which to calculate these ratings, so that we could think about how good the Pirate League in Colombia in 1940s, no, 1950s, was it? 1950s. How good that was relative to other leagues at the time. We could think about, you know, historical evaluations of who was the best, if we can include as many matches as possible. So if you happen to have simple data sets of when a match occurred, what the score was, and what the teams were involved, I'd love to have your numbers. But we've got loads of data, loads of matches that we can therefore evaluate our forecasts based on. And to cut the story short, I thought, well, yeah, actually, I will just spend a moment on this. A final method that's useful for evaluating forecasts is to basically ask, how good are they at forecasting outcomes? This is a market efficiency kind of approach. is this essentially the only information I need, my forecast for the outcome? And if I run this regression, I want to find alpha 0 and beta 1. This is often referred to as a Mintz's It's a regression test for a forecast. And you want to find points along the 45-degree line. If you do that, by and large you do, because this says that my forecast at 40% happens 40% of the time. And again, this is a bunch of different ways of organising my ELO ratings, and I'm getting essentially the same thing every time. And there's bookmakers, very much congregated around the 45-degree line. But the really useful thing with this method is that you can compare forecasts to each other. This is an encompassing method, it's often referred to as, where I look at the error that I get from my forecast and I add some on someone else's forecast. And I say, can someone else's forecast explain the things my forecast can't explain? And can my forecast explain the things that someone else's forecast can't explain? What often happens is the bookmakers are the forecasts that encompass. They're the ones that my forecast can't explain the errors of the bookmakers, and the bookmakers can explain the errors of mine. If it's the case that, and you do it based on the significance of these coefficients, if it's the case that both significant coefficients are significant, there's an argument then that you might think about linearly combining forecasts to improve results. I won't take you through the results, but as things stand, what I find is that my ELO ratings do add a little bit. So when this is my ELO ratings and this is the bookmakers, there's a significant coefficient. It's nothing like as big or significant as when I put the bookmakers into my ELO ratings. It does suggest that there is something there, and there may be something in combining the two. And that's basically what that table says. You can see significant coefficients, but relative sizes are quite different. But what it says is that there's some information in my ELO rating system that isn't necessarily factored into betting prices. It doesn't mean I can beat the markets, because of course bookmakers operate in particular ways to limit the amount, the ways in which I can bet on the information that I have. But it does mean that there's potentially something useful in my rating system. So that's team ratings. We need some context. We thought about team ratings. Presented a set of ratings and loads of tweaks which don't make a huge amount of difference. But then actually, if the ultimate aim is plausibility, then I don't necessarily care too much about being the bookmakers. I want to use these to give some context to my team, my player, and my player ratings. So that's what we've got to. How much longer have I got, by the way? 20 minutes. I'll try and be really quick and I'll have time for questions. But we want to think about player ratings. That's what my talk is all about. And this is the same slide from earlier on about a way in which you might create a number that requires some context. What I want to actually propose, though, is something a little bit more holistic than just creating a number some way or other and then providing some context with a different system that we then bring in. And another way of thinking about it is maybe I can tweak my ELO system a little bit more dramatically than I've suggested already. Because if I generate this number, I've got no idea what that should look like for the previous season, what it should look like if I go for a shorter time period. I've got no idea from this number about the variation within a season, which is obviously what I showed you for Mike Fondo. And so an idea is, well, maybe we should distribute that ELO adjustment that goes to teams. So my team wins a game, they get an adjustment to their ELO rating based on the difference between what happened and what was forecast to happen. Maybe we should split that up and give it to the players themselves. Okay, so we've got, say, this adjustment was, for Alden's first match, it was 10 or 20 or something. Maybe we should distribute that 20 amongst the players that play. Maybe we should do it proportional to what they do in the game as well. Okay, so a player plays 90 minutes, and 11 players on the field at any point in time in the match, so the player therefore gets 90 over 990 in terms of a basic amount that you might give them. The other motivation for this, by the way, just to take a step back, is that there's a massive wealth of data out there, certainly for the Premier League and the big leagues. And as you go down the competitions, the amount of data that's available becomes less and less. And if you're in League 2, you want to recruit the best players you can find from the divisions below you, from the National League North and South, all the divisions that are below. Well, the data either isn't as good or just simply doesn't exist. And so the point of this system, at least in the first instance, is to make use of the most minimal amount of information that you can find for a football match. Football matches down to level 7, level 8 in England will give you who played in the game, how much of the game they played, did they get yellow and red cards, and of course what the match result was. And so the motivation for this essentially is, that's my baseline, is I know if a player scored a goal, I know if they got a yellow or red card, or if they got a yellow or red card. This could, of course, equally apply to the women's game, where also data is very sparse. And whether they got a red card as well. And I could therefore use a minimal set of information to apportion out the ELO rating adjustment that might go to my team instead to all of the individual players that play. So this formula looks pretty complicated, but all it is saying I want to adjust how much a player gets, player K, for team I in the game at time T. And what this win-loss thing basically says that if the team wins and the player scores a goal, he wants more of the adjustment. If the team loses and the player scores a goal and a loss, he doesn't want more of a downward adjustment, he wants less of a downward adjustment. So that's what that's there for. It might not be the right term to have in there. Again, the parameterizations and the kinds of numbers we can put on these things are infinitely many. But then the final thing here I put here is this is a bonus term for defensive players. So we've talked about within earnings of players, attacking players get paid more money than defensive players, further you are from the goalkeeper. And that obviously reflects the fact that goals are important. And that's an economic process. But we might want still to reward defensive players, especially if we don't have much information about them. And so all this simply says is, if I'm a defender, so this is 1 if I'm a defender, 0 otherwise, and CIT is if my team doesn't concede any goals, so it's a clean sheet. So this is 1 if my team concedes 0 goals. And so then this gives a bonus to the defensive players, because this is the number of defensive players in the team, so it could be 4 or 5 or 6, depending on how defensive the team is. And that gives my defensive players a bonus if the team does well defensively. Okay, so the idea is, I'm going to portion out, I'm going to give out to all of the players that played in the match a part of the ELO adjustment. And it's going to reflect to some extent what the players did, because obviously the individual players and their contributions are important. But of course it also has to reflect the fact that the team as a unit wins or loses. And so overall whether they get a positive or negative adjustment depends on whether the team gets a positive or negative adjustment. The sums are obviously going to sum to 1 in principle. But again, you might say, hang on, I've got some kids in my team. And so my kids, if these young players, the academy players are in the team, maybe they should get a bigger adjustment so that we know sooner how good these players are. And if I'm then starting to give my players an ELO rating, it's got to be a number that adjusts. So I've got to have a starting point for my player. And sorry, it skipped to player J, it should be player K, but it's player J here. I've got player J, and he's got to then have his rating adjusting based on his part of what of the team adjustment. And if I'm going to do that for players, my players have got to start somewhere. For whatever the reason is, teams, individuals in ELO systems tend to start at 1,000. So maybe I start every player on 1,000 divided 11, or maybe I reflect, again, a tweak to the system, one that we can evaluate based on plausibility, etc. Maybe I start my players based on their club or the division, on the basis that a young player starting at Manchester City is a much better player than a young player starting at Oldham Athletic, or even Everton. And so these are all kinds of things that we could do. And once we start having player-specific ELO ratings, we can then start summing them up. And so what we do is we start starting 11 in a match to get ourselves a player-aggregated team ELO rating. And then we can compare that, because obviously we've got the standard ELO rating for Team I, RIT, and we'll call this RITP. Notation is always a weak point. It's the sum of all the first 11 players starting a game. And therefore we've got an additional ELO rating that we can use to construct an ELO prediction for the match that's coming ahead. So that's arguably, this is another way of rating players. What does it mean? Well, I'll try and show you a few pictures. Here's a few players. James Milner is a player that played forever. So this is James Milner's player ELO rating. He started in the early 2000s, and he's still playing at Brighton and Hove Albion now. He played for quite a while at Liverpool, quite a while at Man City. His player ELO rating is this black one. If he starts at 1,000 divide 11, if instead we reflect the fact he started in the Premier League and the fact he started for Leeds United, he starts higher, and essentially over his entire career, his rating is a bit higher. I've put a couple of other ratings in here. An XG-based rating, which I've not talked about because we don't have time, and a plus-minus rating, which again, Ian McHale has a paper on plus-minus ratings in football. Other ways in which we might use the information to rate players. But the point that I'm trying to make essentially is that this is a player rating that I can take at any point in time, because if you like, it's a stock and flow type measure. And so I can look at how good a player is at a point in time. I can think about their trajectory as well. There's a lot more information in there than there might be in a very basic kind of number that I talked about right at the start, even if it's based on lots of advanced metrics. You can look at other players. There's Harry Kane. The other thing, of course, is that you can look at players that you've never heard of. So this is a guy who I wanted to put a video on my presentation, because this is a player who's been playing low league football his entire career. And then with 11 minutes remaining of that playoff final at Wembley Stadium, took a long ball down, chested the ball down, dinked it over the goalkeeper and rolled it into the goal in one of the most beautiful pieces of football it's arguably ever been recorded at Wembley Stadium. And so you've never heard of him, but obviously he's a hugely important player in lower league football. And so again, I can apply my rating system to James Norwood and get a sense of where he is. And again, I've got my basic, is the black line, and then based on club and division where he starts, that's the two grey lines. But you can apply it to any player. It doesn't have to be a big player for which you happen to have who scored data for, or stats bomb data for, or really extensive data for. And I've put a few other players you haven't heard of here as well. You'll have heard of him if you've watched Welcome to Wrexham, Ben Tozer. The point is, you can calculate these ratings for the whole. You can calculate these ratings for any match as well. Cup matches, league matches. Sometimes your subscription to the data service only provides you with league matches rather than cup matches. At points in a career, in principle, I haven't done this yet, but I think in principle, the way in which you apportion out the ELO adjustment, so this bit here, well, why couldn't it be based on the more advanced metrics that StatsBomb and Who Scored produce, so that the amount that they're getting of the team's ELO reflects more in-depth the things that they did. They assisted a goal. They ran further than any other player on the field. They completed more passes. They completed more aerial duels, etc. I don't see any reason why in principle we couldn't do that, such that James Milner's rating is based on that basic information until StatsBomb begins to exist, or Opta begins to exist and provide the data, and then at that point you're starting to see more of an adjustment based on more of what the player is doing in the match. What else to say? Well, I talked a lot, I'll present a little bit more. Obviously, if you've got a team ELO rating, this is Oldham's team ELO rating over the last few years, the blue line. Obviously, if I know who the players are, and I know what their player ELO rating is, then I can sum it up. And if we just sum up all the player ELO ratings when they're starting at 1,000 divided 11, that's down here. It's a different number. We can calculate a different prediction. We can evaluate that prediction. If I calculate based on where these players began their careers, so building in a bit more information about, well, maybe this player began their career at Manchester United, this player began their career at Stockport County, I get a different set of forecasts. And again, I can evaluate them. And this, you can think about all sorts of potential uses of a system like this. A bit like any kind of system, you can think about potential uses of it, provided, of course, you can establish the value of it. Is it any actual good? This is Newcastle United, to give you an idea of of a different team in a different context. This is where Newcastle's team rating actually is higher than either of the sum of the individual parts, if you like. And so you might think about an interpretation of that being that this is where the Newcastle United team was doing much better than the individuals, whereas on the other hand, when we're looking at Oldham's, that was an example where the team is not as good as the individual parts. Lots of good players have been bought, players for higher divisions maybe, thinking about recruitment, who haven't necessarily gelled into a team unit. The fundamental question is, are they any good? Let me see, no, that's not what I wanted. Are they any good? Well, if I look at those measures of how good forecasts are, I haven't got anything in there in terms of the individual forecast along a 45-degree line, and that's not. Okay, there's more information down there about number of observations and so on, but this is my earlier on question about encompassing. What I want to ask the question is, are my ratings, my player ratings, going to add anything? Can they explain what the bookmakers can't explain? That's one of my thoughts about testing how good my system is. Is it useful? Is it helping me? And what you've got here is that when I use my club level ELO predictions, which is down here, there's a significant term. It's negative. I'm not totally sure exactly how to interpret that, but it's saying that there's some kind of correction to the bookmaker errors, something about the bookmaker errors that my player ELO prediction for the match can help to explain in terms of how that prediction for a match is constructed, and therefore perhaps how useful this system is in terms of, first of all, evaluating players and giving me a number about a player and giving me a sense of where a player is in terms of their overall career trajectory. So the initial evidence that I've got on creating this system is that it does provide predictive information that is potentially of use. And so what I'll do then is I'll wrap up and I'll say player rating systems are essential, but they're anything but straightforward to put together. Well, I mean, they are. They can be quite simple to put together. I can just put you a very simple number. But if you're going to put together a very simple number, you want to have some kind of context. That context might be via the teams or the construction of the teams, or that context might come through the entire construction of a player rating system. We don't have the truth to evaluate against. We don't know exactly how good a player is, exactly how good their ranking should be, so it's quite hard to evaluate these. But as I said, we've thought about reputable ranking systems, Opta and other reputable FIFA, they are reputable systems. And we've thought about bookmakers as well. I've suggested to you an idea about player ELO ratings that build in a career context, build in trajectories of careers. You can think about whether player careers are taking off or they're declining or stagnating. It builds in both the individual's contribution and the team contribution. Other ratings like a plus-minus rating system is very much focused on what is happening when a player is on or off the field and doesn't necessarily take into account in the same way the team nature of football. And it appears to add information over and above bookmakers. And again, bookmakers might be a useful way to get a sense of how good a system is, almost exclusive, almost independent of whether a system might have plausibility built into it in the first place. I think it'll undoubtedly benefit from a lot more work, tweaks, and other parameterizations, other adaptations to it, and the building in of more information, more competitions, global competitions, youth level competitions, etc. And so those are a set of the future steps of things that I'm going to be working on. But that's enough from me. So thank you all for your attention, and I'm really looking forward to comments that you've got.
Yeah, thanks for that, James. So interesting. I think one thing I was thinking, and I've noticed it before myself, it was really interesting when you said the difference between, a really basic ELO model and, as complicated as many parameters as you put in. And I found a similar thing with a home advantage only model, and predicts the result like 47% of the time, whereas in the bookies is like 52, which isn't relatively very small. But so I suppose one thing I was thinking would be when you are making, when you are looking at the mean squared error, should we actually weight cup or should we weight cup matches between leagues in that as well, maybe? And again, I wonder if we could find, would you use maybe the weight that you've already included in the ELO model as the weight in the sort of error evaluation, maybe? I'm not sure if you've ever thought about that, or it just came to me then, to be honest.
Well, I think it's a great point. And I think the other point is, of course, when I've given you some of those mean squared forecast errors, I've done them over the entire sample. Where in principle, if we think cup matches are more important, those are probably the ones to focus on. And if we think that an ELO rating system gets it, and gets the differences between competitions right, it should be the case that the errors in those competitions are roughly the same as they are for league competitions. So I think the point was a really good one, that you should really focus on particular types of games to give yourself a better, fairer test of how good your system is. So, yeah, absolutely. And I think the other thing, you reminded me of it, which I didn't say when I was speaking, which is, this beating the bookmakers idea. We might think it's something that we think about as economists because we see the best forecast out there. But this is actually what the two best teams in the Premier League, from an analytics perspective, Brentford and Brighton, they're both owned by professional bookmakers, professional gamblers, sorry. People who've made their money, made their vast fortunes gambling on sports betting. And that's what they do. Is all their models are tested against the bookmakers, of course. So they've got good models. Arguably, they also pay analysts the right kind of amount of money and pay analysts rather than buying a striker. But the point about comparing to bookmakers, I think, is a really interesting one, practically as well as for our interest as economists, knowing as we do the efficiency betting prices. Yes.
Very interesting presentation. Thank you very much. I was thinking whether you could disaggregate a little bit more by including the head coach. In fact, Kaori and I think Ben and these guys have a paper that they estimate the contribution of the head coach. So it's probably interesting to see.
Managerial rating, that's what you mean?
Yeah, the managerial rating and to aggregate it.
Possibly, yeah. I don't know how you fit it in necessarily, but I think the idea is, it's there, isn't it? And obviously it matters. The manager does appear to matter at any rate. In terms of you imagine on an organisational basis bringing players together or not bringing them together well, etc. Then of course you've got papers like Alex Bryson's paper, which looking at the changes of coaches, we find not necessarily a huge effect if you try your best to analyse the change. Since the change in a coach isn't exogenous, they find that the effect isn't actually necessarily all that huge. But yeah, certainly instinctively, the manager matters a lot. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks, James. Is this on? Yeah. So, very interesting presentation. Like the gambling angle, obviously. And I recognize that you're talking about rating players just for the sake of rating players, right? But when I think about player ratings, the first thing I think about is superstar effects. And in the Rosen sense of superstars, there can be very little difference in ability of players, but huge differences in their attractiveness, right? So I think this would be a really useful extension for this work, would be to investigate whether or not these player rankings you're going to come up with can identify superstar effects.
Yeah, and things like salaries. So I mean, I've mentioned Dennis's paper a few times. The salary angle is really, it's interesting for us as economists, but it's also hugely important for any club that's thinking about recruitment, because if I can, if you also know what a player's salary is, then you know whether it's worth bothering to recruit that player, because if they're already earning far too much for your budget, you don't need to bother.
So the salary aspect, is really important. Problem is that the data is pretty appalling. It's not bad for the Premier League and for MLS, of course, because it's verified information that the players' union in the US puts out. But outside of those leagues, the data can be quite tricky to work with. It's quite fun.
Thanks, James. I'm going to zoom out to like a 30,000 foot view of all of this. As you were talking, one of the things that occurred to me is I'm hearing echoes of this, what I'll call debate between Andy Zimbalist on one hand and Rod Fort and Joel Maxey on the other. And that debate was, what is the best measure of competitive balance? And the answer, of course, is really, what do you want to use the measure for? And I think in what you're talking about in the early part of the talk, what's the best measure of quality of the team? What are we going to use it for? Because it's not going to be the same for everything. The second thing that occurred to me later on when you emphasized that it was about the players is Dave Barry's paper from the, 96, 97, something like that, which is called Who is the MVP? And what he wanted to do in that was essentially measure what a player's contribution to their team success was. He produced a win share measure, so what share of the wins were produced by that player. And when I think about that paper, my main reaction is, who cares? Why do we care? And I think that the answer that I always come back to is, when I'm sitting in the bar watching the game and we're arguing out who the best player ever is, I want to have some way to back it up. Now, I accept Brad's story about measuring superstar effects and so on, but I really think, why do we care about this rating for an individual player if it's not connected to their salary or something else? Is it just this barroom debate? I'd love to know the answer.
I mean, I think the response to that, I think there's a lot of a sense of that. And the reality is, of course, that no matter how wonderful a player rating model is, it's only ever going to be one of a number of metrics that actually is factored in. And again, Ben's table, where he showed a bunch of different metrics about all these different players, which wasn't just their rating, it was their salary, it was their reliability, all these kinds of other things. It's always going to be one of a number of different metrics. And so I totally get the who cares and so on. But I think the point is, obviously it is part of the information set. In principle, it is being used. At the moment, that information set being used is a lot of it is still in the heads of scouts that have been networking in the game for decades and decades and know this player is better than that player. But again, if you are a CEO and you come in and you've got all your scouts that tell you this, and you keep every season recruiting 5 players, then you want a system where you can say to your scouts, okay, that sounds great, this player looks good, but what about these players? And then you start having, hopefully making better decisions as a result.
Yes, that's. Dennis's comment is great because I actually think these ratings have no use for bar disputes or debates on who's better. They come from passion and your very subjective opinion. So, and I can't imagine myself trying to convince someone that this player is better than the other because I saw the ELO rating that James did. I would get kicked out of the bar. So I think the ELO rating, the ratings, the objective that we can, as economists do, produce is for what you're doing, trying to figure out what type of player we want for a given team. And in that sense, I would, for instance, forget about one's question because And what I was thinking, you know, I've had some papers where I do this principal component analysis and stuff, and, because it's about the player. Identify a player. So you identify a player, you know, he might have been lucky enough to play with to play as Guardiola's coach or Ferguson or whatever, or a bad coach. But he also might have had the chance to play with good teammates that made him better. So there are many questions or circumstances surrounding the player that is not about the player. So I think the ratings should be only about the player. And then when you go to the club or to the manager, whoever makes the decision, you say, you know, I have these top 10 guys that match what we can pay or whatever, or, you know, it's our league. And go and look at them. This is not the unique solution, but I have identified some guys that you were not looking at because maybe they're not so obvious. I think, I don't know if you agree with me, but I think the rating should focus on the player. You know, academically we can try to expand, and of course the question, Juan's question is very important. Do managers have an effect or not? But not in terms of what the objective would be here, thinking about the club's decision.
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of want value added, don't you? The concept of value added, the idea of value added, you know, in production. You know,
Yeah.
You get the value added that the firm adds. You kind of want that. You obviously want to say, well, here's the contribution of all the other players on the field, and here's the value added that that one player gave in that match, and maybe sort of over the season. But I guess to get that, you've got to be able to measure all of those inputs across the other players, haven't you? And then get what their individual value added was. Yeah, I don't know how to answer the question, but I think you know, it's a really valid one. Is what is the number that you want? You know, you want to control for the fact that a player has had a particular manager. You want to control, of course, the fact that maybe that player plays better with your current manager as well. Network effects go on. But you want to control the kinds of matches that the player is playing in, the position the player is playing in, all sorts of other things, and then get at, you know, once you strip all that away, what's the value that's left?
I don't know that if I am the only one expecting your own player ranking table.
You want me to give you a table?
Yeah. For the number one to for the bar.
I will
take a picture and say James Reed.
Well, you see, the thing about it, of course, is that you know, when it is you know, when it's a stock and a flow, I'm not really sure exactly what you do. I guess you can look at who was the best overall. So I've got, you know, this is data back to 1998. Players that played mostly in England and a few around the world as soccer-based developed the divisions in countries. But I suppose you can look at which player achieved the highest number at any point throughout. When you can look at most improved players over the course of the season, something like that. But what I'll do is I'll have a look later on, it's on my laptop, and I'll look at the players, the top 10 players that have the highest rating on my system. And I'll show you later on. I can do it now, it's not in my presentation. I've got loads of slides, but that one's not in, and it's a great question. You know, if you're going to produce a ranking system, I showed you the teams, but I didn't show you the players. So, if that answers your question.
Yeah. It's because we were talking yesterday that the best and FIFA Ballon d'Or is subjective price for players. It's not objective because, well, it's marketing and the club they play, well, another variables there. So yours will be an objective when.
Absolutely. Yeah. Of course, it's based on the. It is, of course, based on the completely arbitrary numbers that I put in for G, Y, R, and C. But other than that, it's totally objective.